Morning traders, Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Wednesday morning. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And as usual, on the big screen, senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples, and a special shout out to Polly. Polly, thank you for that email. Sorrel, downtown Charleston. Best chef. Nick is awesome. Know him well. I'm a frequent flyer, man, but thanks for sending me that review.
I look forward to this in the morning with Jimmy pretty much more than anything. What he's going to say is his positivity sets the tone. He doesn't know it, but we're telling everybody now it does. It sets the tone. We love his energy. Good morning, Chad. Hope you're all doing well. 150,000 subscriber giveaways have begun. We gave away a Versace robe. What other networks are doing that? Nobody. Okay. That's number one, right? XY is my guy. I love him. So he gave away that yesterday. Merrick gave away a course. We've got more coming. I'm going to be waiting for mine till the end, but I'm going to be giving away either a lifetime license to NinjaTrader or the equivalent in value to free. I don't know if it's data or commissions. I got to look and see which one it is. But either way, we'll be taking care of some people on that. But most people are going to probably take that lifetime license, which is pretty cool. Shai's giving away silver coins. Craig's giving away Substack. And we're going to wait to hear what Jimmy's giving away at some point. But again, thank you all for joining us each and every morning here. Hit like and subscribe so more people can join in to the NinjaTrader Live morning show and beyond. So overnight, Shai, a little bit of news. Talk to us.
A little bit of news. The government is still shut down. We had U.S. MBA's mortgage applications fell 4.7% last week. Gold is the big story today. Gold, because spot gold topped 4,000 for the first time. It's been over 4,000. Was over 4,000 yesterday in the futures market, but spot gold did smash through that $4,000 an ounce, which is amazing for that bullion that was below 2,000 just 2 years ago. So that's $1,000 move in less than 2 years, actually, which is huge.
Huge.
Obviously, this is, backed by geopolitical tensions, central bank buying, but really this kind of aggressive move higher lately is fueled by investor ETFs, which we're very late to this trade. I mean, we broke out of that 2000 range, and it's been powering through for at least, the last 9 months or so. And so now we're finally seeing kind of this retail investment in it. We had State Street said inflows to U.S. ETFs. They have the GLD. ETF had set all-time records of $35 billion at the end of September. The previous record year was $29 billion set in 2020. Globally, gold ETFs have hit $64 billion year to date, according to World Gold Council, with a record of $17.3 billion in September alone. So all of a sudden, we're getting a lot of momentum behind this. Everybody keeps hoping for this pullback. Everybody thinks that, has been saying, this move has to stop at some point, but
not us,
except for us. So that is the big news. We have the AI power boom turns nuclear stocks into a market's new obsession. So there's kind of a difference between, there's kind of like two different factions in this. Some think that this story is a longer story out, and then maybe stocks have gotten a little too ahead of themselves. And then, of course, the other camp does not think so and think this move is just beginning. So that leads us to our guest today. So we have Johan Christian Sollid, Two is nuclear. You guys wanted more nuclear. Last time we had Mark Nelson on, so we have a nuclear guy on. He is founder of Nuclear Power Yes Please and Communications at 92 Capital, which is an advanced nuclear investment fund. So we'll be talking to him about that. The other stories today revolve around AI. Is AI in a bubble? Is it not in a bubble? Again, two camps on that. Some people are worried about profitability, slim margins, kind of the circular nature of just a handful of companies and some questionable accounting. Then you have Goldman's Oppenheimer dismisses bubble fears and says this has way more room to run. So that is in debate right now in the media. Everybody's kind of talking about it, has gotten too ahead of itself. And of course, again, the other story this morning is the surge in the dollar and the weakness in the yen, which we talked a little bit about briefly yesterday.
Yeah, Craig's been on that, and I retweeted his tweet. But you know what's just really funny to me about, the AI, is it a bubble or it's only a handful of stocks? 30 years I've been in this business, it's always been a handful of stocks. And every rally is discussed as if it's a bubble. It just doesn't matter. I mean, and this has been the same thing. In the mid-90s, it was, the tech bubble. Was it a bubble? Yes, it was, of course, right? But then you had the, all the way up to the global financial crisis, which was another, 8 years before that happened. And it's again, these things, you don't know how long they could have. We had such a major correction this year. I think that's the hardest thing for people to wrap their heads around, me included. We already had the big correction this year. I know we're all saying, I think at this point, you and I are going to talk more about, Craig, where I think the dollar is potentially showing some reasons for the market to pull back. But you already had a market that was down. What was the down peak to trough? I don't know when you guys will tell us. Was it like 20? It was significant.
In
right?
April?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know the exact percentage, but it was, again, that was we're in a bear market territory, buy again. And it's always a handful of stocks that lead us, and it always feels like a bubble at the top. It's the same conversation over. It's like, okay, whatever, right? And it's just like, come on,
I do think that this is a little bit unique in how these companies are all structured on top of each other. I mean,
no doubt that NVIDIA news of them reinvesting, I think, is
like AMD, NVIDIA, Oracle, kind of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. I buy from you, you buy from me, I buy from you, I buy from so I get it. But Craig, but that is definitely, I think, unique in that situation, and I don't think that we shouldn't be talking about it. But I do think that AI has definitely changed the game. I use it. We'll see.
Sure.
But Craig, what did you see overnight in the tape?
No, I mean, I think the biggest thing I've been trying to identify is where are the economic or geopolitical actors that are going to potentially upset the apple cart, right? We've been in this kind of grind lower in volatility suppression world favored by the Trump administration, the Fed, kind of all systems go. That's allowed for big portfolio re-leveraging, systematic buying, and general risk on flavor throughout the world really for the last several months. And so the question is who acts, who's forced to act to do something to upset that dynamic. And I think we just got a very big change in that in Japan, right? It wasn't necessarily unexpected, but the reaction to it shows that it was unexpected, right? I mean, so we had a change in leadership, a nationalist, new prime minister who is likely going to be very supportive of domestic reflationary policies and telling the central bank, no more hiking, right? We had into this year, higher inflation in Japan, hiking cycle, strong yen. That was a dynamic that was in place. It echoed a weak dollar desire from the Trump administration. New prime minister comes in, complete reversal really of that dynamic, and it kind of shocks the system to as a start. And so FX volatility has started to pick up over the last couple of days. We've seen dollar yen move several handles now, approaching or maybe even through 153. So a big move there. And that's unlocked a little bit of fixed income volatility too. The MOVE index now has had 2 days in a row. That has moved up from low 70s now back to the mid 70s. So these are the types of things, little tremors out there that can upset the apple cart for equity investors. And ultimately, I think that's what people are looking for, right? We've been saying it's bull market. People are happy with it, but we know it's a bit overstretched. Would like to buy a pullback. Where's the pullback going to be coming from? And so trying to identify the areas of where cross-asset selling may come, I think is important. And I think that's what we're starting to sniff out here. And I think the dollar is at the foreground of that.
Yeah, and I think that anytime you're long, you're always looking for a reason to be proven wrong. I mean, at least that's the way I look at it, right? I think smart people look at that. And maybe I'm putting myself in that camp, maybe not necessarily the smartest guy, but I always look at it and go, I hold a bunch of stocks. I hold them on the long term. I don't manage my long-term stuff, but anytime I'm in a big position, I'm always looking at going, where am I wrong? Like, what's proving me wrong here, right? And along the way, there have been very little since April reasons. This, to me, is a significant reason.
I also think people are sensitive to the idea that the economy ex-AI is not doing very well, right? So there's this in the back of your mind, you're like, wait a minute, I see stocks are up. I know my portfolio is doing good. My 401k is doing good, but my job outlook's not great. I see the housing market's not as great as it was. I see the low-end consumer is pinched. And so something doesn't sit right. Equities keep making all-time highs every day. I see bubble stocks kind of doing what they're doing. But underneath the hood, housing starting to suffer, not making new highs. Transport starting to suffer, not making new highs. Regional banks starting to suffer, not making new highs.
Consumer
discretionary, low-end consumer, retail. Not so the divergence now and the breadth that people thought was actually improving, I see it as deteriorating. So the question is, will the weakness take down the strength, or will the strength drive up the weakness? And I think as you see the dollar start to find a bid, that's a non-consensus view. The administration wants weak dollar positionings for weak dollar, and now we see DXY starting to break out a bit. Time to start thinking maybe that the low-end part is going to drive down the top part. And then you sprinkle in some of this circular investing stuff going on between NVIDIA and OpenAI and AMD and Oracle and all these names, and people are starting to ask questions about that sustainability of this AI. Look, AI is going to be here forever. The CapEx build that's going to happen. What is priced? A lot is priced. And so as you start to see volatility come back into these other markets, as it starts to creep into the equity market, then we start to get that Brent Johnson impact that he talked about last month with the 1 + 1 + 1 = 100 type dynamic. Systematic guys start to sell. And the narrative gets painted in hindsight, right? It'll be all these things that we've been talking about for a while.
Exactly.
That'll be the reason, but they didn't matter until they mattered.
They don't matter until they matter. We're gonna.
And I just also wanted to add one more thing to Craig's long list of things that we need to worry about is also we talked about problems in the subprime auto loan market. So U.S. auto loans just had their biggest monthly loss since March 2020, which is huge. So we are seeing distress in the loan markets for certain.
Yeah, that's important, right? I mean, what's going to happen with data when we eventually get a consumer data, right? How's that going to start to look? And you wonder what that does to confidence within the marketplace. One quick thing before we go to Jimmy, and I just want everyone to understand this because I think it's such an important point. We talk about Japan, new person comes in. Do they have the same situation there with the central bank where it's an independent from the government, right? Or is that more of what the new prime minister is going to be making those decisions on?
Yeah, I would say there is a degree of independence, but Japan has historically been a little bit more coordinated in government overseeing the monetary policy versus the U.S., where there was clear independence, and now we're shifting towards. So there's been a little bit more of a history of more coordination, but for a time there. At least under the prior regime, the BOJ was able to engage in this hiking cycle and try to normalize interest rates. It seems like the rhetoric from the new prime minister, kind of analogous to Abe when he came in 2012, is central banks stay out of our way here a little bit. Allow inflation to fester. We need a little bit more inflation. Don't disrupt the apple cart. Don't raise rates. We need to be spending more at home, more reflationary policies, spending on defense, kind of competing globally. So it's not as overt as what Trump is trying to do, but I think there is a little bit more of a heavy hand expected here, and the BOJ, unable to really raise rates if inflation starts to move higher.
Yeah, so hence that's why the initial reaction is as strong as it is, and that's, I think, is an important point. Again, when you see dollar moves, everybody right now and the markets are going against them, don't fade them. This is a move that could have legs in the currencies. Jimmy, let's get to you. I want to start off with yen. I look at that yen chart week, right? You look at the currencies across the board today. I'm going to go through the quick rundown. S&P up $6 this morning. Everybody 67 even. We've got Nasdaq at up 11.5 at 25,051. Russell's at 24.81, up 7.5. We've got Dow is at 46,940, up $88. Energy up good this morning again, nearly 2%. Crude continues to, teeter-totter between the low 60s and the high 60s. Same old story. 62.80 in crude, up $1 this morning. Natural gas is pretty much flat at 350. So not much there. Gold 40.66. It's up $61. It's getting more parabolic if it's even possible. We've got silver at 48.73, up $1.22, up 2.5%. Same with platinum, 2.5%, up $41, $16.91. And then you've got copper up 0.75% at 5.13. I mean, the metals markets, man, wow. Bonds up 20 in the ultras, 30s up 14. Ultras are at 120.26. 30s are at 117.07. Short end of the curve is up 2 ticks on the fives, and then the 10s are up 3.5 ticks. 10-year this morning is 4.105. Again, rates have moved up modestly from whatever we thought we were going to get, just below 4. It's really just a range-bound trade. And again, dollar up against the currencies. Bitcoin at 123,675 and ETH at 45.15. Jimmy.
I mean, I'm looking at a yen chart right now, and remember, futures, it's the yen over the U.S. dollar. Over the counter, it's the opposite most cases. But I mean, this is this is the third day. This is a huge gap down. I mean, we're just driving down here. Big red candles, benchmark candles, 3 days in a row. I had this interesting kind of double bottom from way back in March of 2025. We didn't even pause there. We just said, forget that. We cut through that like a knife. We have lower targets earlier in the year as well. So there's a ton of downside here in the yen right now. We'll see what policy actually percolates out of the new prime minister. But this is certainly a very, very ugly look. This is the opposite of what we're seeing in gold, to be honest with you. All the moving averages are just sloping down pretty significantly. But Deli, I mean, you nailed it. And I'm going to talk more about this in the Edge report. The metals markets were crazy. Palladium, look at that chart. That's just out of control. Everything's moving up pretty strongly here. But back to the bonds, though. This is the first thing I looked at in the morning, and we're back to the top of the range on the 30-year bonds. And we've been range bound, to be honest with you, ever since the middle of September. And now we're kind of back up to that upper edge again, which is, that 117 handle, 117.10 about. We kind of wicked up to it almost overnight. But we're right between that 23% fib and the 50% fib. Yields, last time I checked, were 4.691. We did have a decent, I thought, 3-year auction yesterday. And I think, all eyes are on a 10-year auction later on today. But this is looking, again, until we break above this, break out of this thing, in my mind, the 30-year bond's still kind of a sideways trade at this point.
What I find interesting about the bonds, Jimmy, is that the move in the dollar has not done much to them. I wonder what your thought is right now. Do you think this is centralized just to currencies? And we'll get to Craig and Shai and see what they think about this as well. But with the dollar moving higher, immediately I look at the bond market to see what's happening there. But it's not really impacting. It's almost like it's saying this is isolated to a currency move, and it's not impacting us, which I think it kind of should. But I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you look at dollar index chart, I mean, it's just recently broke above its long-term area resistance like a couple days ago. So there could be a reaction time here that we're looking at for things to start pivoting here. And that's probably why we had this nice 2-day rally in the 30-year bond as well over the last couple days. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, we'll see if the dollar index just keeps ripping higher or not, or if there's kind of another area of resistance where we get some more sideways action. But right now, it's looking like that breakout is real. And we'll probably see some file through here in the 30-year bonds. I mean, there's so many factors here as well, including what the Fed's talking about, if anything.
Exactly. Shai, do we have any data today?
So we have the FOMC meeting minutes at 2. Now, it's month-old meeting minutes, but people will be watching to see what the actual kind of consensus was and which way they're leaning, because you get some more insight than just the Fed statement. So again, it's probably not going to be that market moving, but does give some insight into what happened. And then 10:30, we have crude oil, and that is it. So quiet day. We do have 4 Fed speakers today, so we'll see if that moves the market. But aside from that, pretty quiet on the data front.
Talk to us about energy and metals right now. They're both catching a bid today. You and Craig and Jimmy have been all over this. I mean, we know that the primary trend has been in metals. I know that it's just getting the mainstream right now. You talk about it's finally in the headlines. But anything new on these fronts?
So, I mean, I think the metals story is, or at least, for gold and partially silver and platinum is, people are starting to jump on that trade. Retail's starting to jump on that trade, particularly, silver and platinum happen later because they're less expensive. So if you missed the gold move or you felt like you missed the gold move, then you jump into silver stocks. I have people DMing me all the time now, well, I kind of missed gold. Should I get into silver? How much, So I think there's partially that mentality. As far as energy is, well, and then let me go to copper really fast. Copper is going to be needed for these data centers, and a lot of it, and we have some problems with some of the bigger mines right now, and so that's going to be a huge story, and that's more of a fundamentally driven story. And then as far as the energy markets are concerned, we haven't broke out, but we're still in that range. Like I keep saying, you can play the tops and bottoms of these ranges until they don't work anymore, because it's going to eventually go one way or another, since it's been coiling for months now. But, I think there's also that narrative that, well, at least I've been trying to get out there on X is, if you want all of these data centers, we simply do not have the power for this. And so, we need more natural gas pipelines. We need more natural gas plants. We need more power. They're now even talking about, well, maybe we could use crude oil for power burn, just like they do in the Middle East here. So, it's a serious issue if, we just don't have the power, and people and the consumer is feeling it, because these data centers are sucking up all the power and raising power prices for everybody. And so, sooner or later, the energy sector is people will catch on that the energy sector needs a lot of investment.
Again, it doesn't matter until it does. The one thing that I hope a lot of new traders start to learn about markets is that you'll see themes that have been brewing, and to a lot of us, we're thinking that they should be happening. We're early and they don't happen, and then all of a sudden they're in the headlines, and it's the only reason we're moving, right? And this is the most difficult thing about trading, and why I think a lot of traders really don't need to know the macro as much. We talk about it to help everyone every day get in the mindset going into the day. The price action will definitely determine that, but understand that when we start to get these things that come into play and they actually matter, then they supersede every technical you're looking at. That's the key. So we talk about it all the time to build up the story. I continue to think, again, yesterday I talked about this, if the dollar is up and we're going down, it's almost going to be a trend day down. And that to me is where you help traders, right? Because they don't need to know why the dollar is up versus the yen and all this other stuff. Yeah, that matters, and it's like great. As you build your career, I started getting more and more into it, still working on it. But Craig, that's to me the one thing that we all have to understand is that these stories don't matter until they do. And right now, I think that this story is coming into play. Last thoughts before we let you go today.
Yeah, trying to identify, the shift from when it becomes a trader's market to something different, where fundamental guys are coming in or macro guys are coming in, I think is of paramount importance. So we've had this uptrend. Day traders, retail traders, futures traders have done incredibly well on it, but now we're seeing some of the things that may cause a transition in the tape, and we're identifying this dollar move as a potential reason why the trend shift may happen, and a pickup in fixed income volatility as well. And so if that happens and we start to see those trend day down type dynamics, then it should change the trader mindset. Really, it's about the flows, right? There's cross-asset flows that can overwhelm the zero data expiry flows at any point in time if they become large enough. And so the tools or the triggers that people have been using lately may get pushed to the background to these other flows, which are still massive but have been silenced over the last few months here on back of this vol suppression story. So I think that's why it's incredibly important that we talk about it and keep identifying it and try to help people transition portfolios if we're in a phase shift in the underlying macro.
Yep, and this story is going to continue to be front and center. And again, I cannot get over how gold has really said, gave him the Heisman, doesn't matter, dollars going up, and gold actually accelerated its rally. It shows you that they took weakness that they thought would come into the market and bid it. It's really something to be noted. All right, it's about that time, everybody, for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right. Let's start with Dr. Copper. I have a daily candle chart on the December copper futures contract, and the interesting thing to me is the step pattern, right? So we have a low here, and this is back in early August. We stepped up a little bit. We have a higher low here a little later on in August, higher low here a little bit at the beginning of September, higher low. Higher low, higher low, higher low. And so this is a little bit different from the chart we're going to see in gold or silver or even palladium, platinum, where you have this kind of parabolic. It kind of looks like a parabolic, but it's a step. It's kind of slowly inching up, slowly inching up, slowly inching up. And from the lows here back in at the end of July to the high today, we're up about 19%, right? And so the question is, well, how long could this keep going? Well, it could keep going for a long period of time. If you remember that huge sell-off that we had way back, I'm going to just adjust the charts a little bit. We have a lot of upside potential, a lot of upside growth. We had support for a long period of time up here at 5.51, 5.50. You could kind of round it down. So there is some room to grow. This is in a bull market. And for the reasons that Tracy and Craig outlined, there's room to grow. Intraday, points of control yesterday and today are the same so far. So we'll see what happens there. Again, this kind of supports that step, right? That sideways action before the next leap up. We do have some mental Q levels here as well, though. We're right at session VWAP. We have that red line down here, that 0 DTE call resistance and 0 DTE gamma wall 5.09. On the downside, a little further, we got a JAX 4 number. And if we break out to the down, you break out past the lows that we saw really early this morning, JAX 3 would be on my target, and that's 5.05. And below that, there's all sorts of other targets. On the upside, I would be looking at that one-day max, again, 5.10. It seems like this trend kind of slowed down here. We almost have a tweezer top, kind of, not really, but right around 6 to 6:30, things kind of slowed down and kind of brought us back down to that point of control. Right now, volume profile is looking decent. It's looking kind of Gaussian, more or less, a little wonky, but as volume pops in here later on today, it should sort itself out. So again, looking for Dr. Copper, sideways up, sideways up. My guess is that's going to continue. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. Let's shoot over, though, to gold really quick, just to kind of see it on a chart. It's startling when you see it on a chart, actually. And, I did an X this morning. I did an X, a tweet this morning. I'm like, all right, what are the upside targets here? It's hard to figure out. Sky's the limit on gold right now. This is a really, really, really strong bull pattern right here. When everyone talks about bubble, I'm like, bubble in AI. What about bubble in gold? Is that a possibility? So I put this extension on here. I did an extension. It's not the greatest extension in the world, but it's really all I had to go on. We hit that 100% target, 40.47.5. The next target up is 123.6% extension. That's at 41.9. Come on, Jim, you could do it. 41.39.4. Intraday. We have also a lot of targets on the downside, but look at this VWAP. This VWAP is, it's just tons of price separation all session long between price and that VWAP. We have that nice point of control, though. It's a dominant point of control, actually, right now. And we've had ever since the London initial balance, just about every single 30-minute candle traded through that right now at 40.58, 40.59. That's what I would call price happiness. Should the trend continue up, I mean, look at this. We have the session highs, and then we have R3. That's a pivot study up here, which rarely is hit, but it's in sight right now, just approximately 40.97. Above that, it's just empty sky from a target point of view. On the downside, though, we got the VWAP I would keep my eye on, that one-day max. And then if we do start breaking down even lower, JAX 2 would be on my radar screen. That's at 40.25. Now we do have that gap fill here. This is kind of interesting because we achieved this yesterday, and Tuesdays are always great days to look for this regular trading hour statistic on Edgeful. And right now we have that 61% look back. This is for today too. This is a daily. This isn't a weekly stat, but for the last 6 months on this day. 61% of the time we get this regular trading hour fill, right? So the odds are on our side. Now price is pretty far away right now. So I'm going to keep that on my chart. This is that blue line that's 40.02.5 would be where that would get filled. Should we start breaking violently down past that VWAP? We saw it happen yesterday. So it could happen again today. You never know. But this is looking pretty bullish here. And then beyond that, you have that 4,000 level, that call resistance, and that 0 DTE action down there at 4,000. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guests.
So we have Johan Christian Sollid. He is founder of Nuclear Power Yes Please and Communications at 92 Capital, whose mission is making advanced nuclear investment accessible to large private and institutional investors. So looking forward to talking to him about all things nuclear.
Oh, let's wait no longer. Let's bring in Johan.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to meet you. So I am not super familiar with nuclear and how it works. My first question is, how realistic is it to see nuclear energy come back with any sort of significance inside the United States?
It depends on who you ask, of course, but if you look at it from a policy side, it's twofold. So on one side, you have the regulatory constraints in the nuclear sector, and on the other side, you have the investor interest in this sector. And what we have seen with the Trump administration now is that they will now try to remove much of the red tape that's inside the NRC for regulation, and as well, they have announced that they want 10 large-scale nuclear reactors under construction by 2030. So these two things are traveling aside in tandem in nuclear. And on the side of that, on the conventional side, you have tens of new developers that has been asked to do a criticality test of their reactor by 2026. So that's more new reactors. So in the short term, you'll see that the Trump administration already want 10 new reactors being built before 2030. And in the more long run, you already have tens of companies that are being pushed to actually go through the development stage of their reactor and get to prototype stage and actually get closer to delivering a new kind of reactor that use new fuel, being more efficient, smaller in size, can be deployed more decentralized instead of having larger units. And this is also showing with the newest deal in Meta and Microsoft that has signed 20-year PPAs with nuclear power plants. And this is power plants that either have been shut down prematurely before because of lower gas prices, or it can be lifetime extensions of existing plants. But there isn't that many sites around the US where you have idle shut down nuclear capacity that you can just restart or operate for that sake. There's around up to 5 gigawatts around that. But you will need a much more capacity in the short and the long run if you want to follow the data center expansion run by AI, of course. So right now it looks promising, but as we might get into in a short while, there's a lot of other problems in the expansion that we can touch upon, and that's under the hood concerning fuel and the supply chain in general that will enable this and. That's a whole lot of other factors that need to align to get the nuclear renaissance, if you can say, up and going again.
So before we get into Shai, I guess the question I have is, because we go from administration to administration where something is sought out by one administration and the next administration may not like it, how does nuclear find its way to getting embraced by all future administrations?
So nuclear has become a bipartisan issue, you could say. So you have both sides supporting this endeavor into advancing nuclear energy. So I'm actually not afraid of a new administration being less bullish, if you could say, on nuclear. You actually saw the Biden administration actually being historically the most enabling and bullish administration on nuclear energy in the last couple of decades. And now you're seeing the Trump administration maybe trying to overdo that. I don't know, but we are not that far into this administration's period, of course. But I'm not afraid that if it changes hands to a Democratic or a new Republican administration in 4 years, this will be slowed down. This has become a national issue for the U.S. because they have realized that they're not in fight with renewables. They're in fight with Russia and China because their nuclear industries is booming, and they're betting a lot on new technologies, and the U.S. cannot fall behind on this. So this hasn't become a economical issue as it has been before. It's more of a geopolitical defense issue at this point, where we don't want to fall back in the nuclear technology race.
Yeah, and that's and I'm glad that you brought up China, because China is by far surpassing everybody as far as nuclear planned build out. So I think that's important to note, the motivator for the U.S. and the EU in general to catch up. But let's talk a little bit about SMRs, because that seems to be the big talk, and some people think it's a feasible technology. Some say it's not. So what are your thoughts on SMRs? Those are small modular reactors, because it seems like there's a lot of hype around it. What is the feasibility of this technology?
So it depends on which kind of off-taker you have. So I'm situated in Denmark, in Europe, in Copenhagen, and in a grid like ours, it wouldn't be feasible to have a large-scale 1 gigawatt reactor for a future build-out. But here in smaller electricity grids or in more decentralized grids, smaller modular reactors makes a lot of sense, as there's a lower offtake. But in the end, the neutron economy, as we call it in nuclear, which is how many neutrons you actually have inside the reactors, that it falls as the size of the reactor falls. So in physical terms, the reactor is not as efficient as if it was a large reactor. But price is not only the issue here, because large reactors have issues with having investors needing to deliver tens of billions of dollars to make these projects. And in the small modular reactors, you can get down to only 2 or 3 billion building a reactor. Maybe it's not as efficient, but the risk and the allocation of capital for larger investors, and it's easier to get this capital around the market. It opens up this industry for a lot more investors in this sense. And this is also what we're working in 92 Capital, where I'm working right now, that we're trying to enable large institutional investors getting into nuclear, into SMRs before they're actually mature for the market. So these enabling companies that are still needing to demonstrate their reactor types and giving large institutional investors the opportunity to get exposure to non-listed nuclear companies. Because one of the biggest issues that we see right now is that institutional investors are hesitant to deploy capital in these companies because there's a lot of risk associated. There's over 100 different companies in nuclear right now developing new reactor designs. And it's hard to do the due diligence for the investors to look into which company is the most successful. So what we do is that we gather the team of experts that do the due diligence. Then we do a fund of maybe 20 companies, and the larger institutional investors get the opportunity to get exposure for several of these companies instead of one. And then we don't only need 2 or 3 unicorns to actually make a profit of the fund over a 8 to 10 year period. So this is one of the mitigation strategies that we are trying to use in 92 Capital to actually enable more investments into this sector, into small modular reactors. Yeah.
And are there any other kind of newer technologies that maybe not everybody's talking about or that we haven't heard of that look very promising within the nuclear field?
So to be honest, I like the old boring nuclear the most personally, because it works. We have a lot of experience with it. We have nearly a century of experience with the old boring boiling water reactor or the pressurized water reactor that just works. Maybe it's not the most efficient one, maybe it's not the most technical and sophisticated one, but we know it works. It can deliver electricity without carbon emissions, stable electricity that stabilizes the grid, and it's predictable. But more so from a technology optimistic standpoint, there are a lot of technologies for the future that can be promising. You have these fourth gen reactors, that is molten lead or molten salt reactors, high temperature gas reactors, and you have some of them operating today in Russia and China. And this is also what the US is seeing. They're seeing their competitors on a geopolitical scale actually starting to operate these advanced, more efficient reactors, while we are falling, the West is falling behind in this sense. Not Europe is one whole different thing. We're just stuck in regulation. But the US is actually trying to push this forward, and having so many companies need a criticality by the end of 2026. And this shows actually that we're accelerating the different companies and using the free market and different companies to compete with each other to actually get to criticality first. And I think it's a mixture. So, for example, yesterday, the US, they signed a contract with Slovakia to build a little over 1 gigawatt reactor, a Westinghouse reactor. And that's an old Soviet state. It's pretty big symbolic thing to have a old Soviet satellite state sign a contract with the US corporation to build a nuclear reactor. That's the old conventional technology that they're building here. It's highly secure and advanced in some sense, but it's still the same technology. So if we want to build nuclear now, it needs to be conventional nuclear. It needs to be water-based. But we also need to think 10, 20, 30 years in advance, because the electrification needs and the electricity demand will only rise, as we're seeing now with data centers and also electrification of transportation, and that needs clean, firm baseload power. It's just a fact, and we see it all over the world at this point. With problems of intermittent energy sources, they can carry some of it. Solar and batteries, it's amazing, but it cannot do it alone. Wind is a little bit more difficult of the nature of the wind blowing, and it's pretty hard to predict. But we need the baseload, and we need it everywhere. All industrialized, healthy societies with good living standards need baseload. It's just a fact.
So circling back to asking if this was sustainable from administration to administration, and it sounds as though it is, and it looks like the future is bright for nuclear. Not too bright, I hope, though, right? What is the best way to invest in this? Because obviously we're a futures traders audience. We've obviously got a lot of traders in here. We've got also a lot of people that are investors as well. This space is new to me. I don't know much about it, it's amazing how much the chat is interested in this as well. We talk about, copper all the time as a way to invest in AI, and we talk about a lot of different futures markets that we're looking at that are tied to different ways that the market is going to be needing those supplies for energy. Silver, another one. What components would we look at in the futures markets, and also potentially what names or what other ways we could invest in this nuclear play?
So for nuclear, there's two different ways of getting in. You can get into the more conventional technologies and the utilities across the US, for example. So you have NextEra Constellation, which is more secure bets and have seen a rise about 60 to 70% in the last year in the stock market. But you can also go on maybe someone will call it the hype train, and go into the newer listed companies, where you would have seen a Sam Altman-backed company, Orderflow, that has risen 1,200% in the last year. You can have Nano Nuclear there as well. And these companies are a new scale as well. They're promising companies, but it's a funny thing that we are realizing now on the nuclear. There's so much investor interest, but there's not that many companies you can invest in the stock market. So that interest is compiled in a bunch of very few companies, and they say exponential growth. You have, for example, Orderflow. They have a market cap now of 20 billion. They haven't deployed a project yet. Like the PEs is in the hundreds. So you can also be a little bit hesitant in this area, but there's also some ETFs in the market that are much safer bets. You have Global X Uranium, and you have the VanEck Uranium ETF, and also Sprott Uranium Miners, where you go into the supply chain, into the minerals of and that's a whole other thing with the supply chain, seeing that there is some shortages. There will be a supply gap with uranium because the demand is higher than the supply. So seeing companies like Cameco in Canada and Uranium Energy Corporation in the US, that will be companies that we have to be in the lookout for, because they're supplying that uranium that there's so much demand for. So in the uranium side, there is a big opportunity for investors right now. Yeah.
Johan, thank you so much. The chat was electric with you in here today. No pun intended. I got a lot of bad jokes today.
Thank
I
you.
don't
I
know
know.
where they're coming from. I'm sorry. I can't help it. But Johan, I'm going to tell you what, it was just absolute
Thank
pleasure
you.
to meet you. I learned a ton. I can't wait to go back and watch this segment. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. The pleasure's mine.
Sometimes I get that way, Shay. I don't know what to tell
I
you.
don't know.
I don't know what's happening. I feel it's like I can stand something. Right? No, but that was great. I mean, it's funny to see how much the chat gets engaged with this. It's really interesting. It shows you really probably it's a good glimpse of what mainstream is also thinking of as well. If that many people in chat are talking about it, very interesting space. Look forward to talking more about it.
Absolutely. We'll get some more nuclear guests on, don't worry.
Yep. All right. So today we've got crude numbers, minutes. You'll be in chat for that.
Yep.
Everybody, Shy will still be in chat, but she's done with us for this morning segment. Thank you so much, Shy.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have AJ Campanella. It's nice to see another Paisan in the industry. AJ, good morning. Great to meet you.
Yeah, it's great to meet you too. I've had FOMO not being able to participate in this. Like I see some of the guys on here, and I was a little nervous. I've done a lot of interviews lately, but I was a little nervous here because I wanted to make sure that my hair looked as good as yours, and I just don't think I can accomplish it. You've got a perfect coif every day, brother. It's impressive.
Thank you. AJ, as I always say, you got to set goals that you can reach. You can't set these goals that are way too high of a standard. You don't want to set yourself up for failure.
That's right.
But I'll tell you what you have done. You set yourself up for a massive amount of success. So this isn't the first time. This is the first time we're speaking, but I've been in emails and I've spoken with you before. And I actually, I listened to you originally on the first Paint the Tape podcast, and then now we have Lucid Trading. And I got to tell you what, man, the buzz and what you guys are building is really incredible. You've got the community all around you, rallying behind you as a newer player in the prop space. Talk to us about Lucid Trading.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, the buzz has been really good. It's also great timing with everything that NinjaTrader prop and Tradeovate prop are rolling out with. For us, like you said, I've been friends with Leo and Stow for a while. We were on the Paint the Tape podcast together. And, I think we've been in this space for a few years, and we just saw a couple things that I think that Lucid Trading is, our ethos has been to improve upon, the user experience and the move to live process. When these props came into being over the last few years, the move to live wasn't super important at the beginning. But I think as time goes on and as the industry grows, you're seeing live become more and more important. And we're really proud of the work that we've done for our live program, and we're really excited to bring that to the NinjaTrader community.
No, it's funny you say that. That was always my biggest beef with the prop space was, it started off in the right place where, okay, let's get everyone to live, right? Then it kind of took a turn and it wasn't really as important. That has now since changed. I think players like you coming into the space and who are making that better are forcing the hand of a lot of other players in the space, which I think is great because when one person starts to come in and do something that traders that like and embrace, that's how markets work, right? No different than, with the markets that we trade each and every day. Talk to us about that live experience in Lucid and what separates you guys from maybe some other people in the space.
Sure. I would say there's basically, I would break down how we're different into like two buckets. It's, the transition to live and then some of the features of our like live accounts. I think the biggest thing for us on the transition to live is there are two ideas that were really important to us. One, I think online you see one of the biggest criticisms of going live to a firm is that there's no point, right? You're better off taking that money and just putting it in your NinjaTrader brokerage account. So something we've been talking about since day one, and something that we really nailed down well over the last month or so, is like a capital scaling program for live traders. So traders that are moved live with us have the ability to earn additional capital from Lucid as they find success in live. I think that that's a really tangible benefit that I think one or two other firms have it. I'm not saying we're the only one, but it's something that was unheard of coming into 2025. So I think that I'm really excited that even though we're on the newer side, that we're one of the only firms that does offer additional capital to traders in live. And I just think it just makes a very black and white way to say, hey, like this is why you should trade live with us. The other part of the transition to live that we're really proud of that I don't think anyone else has is I think that a lot of traders that get moved live with a prop firm, it might be their first time trading a live account, especially if they've just come into the space the last year or two. And I think that there's a challenge for some of them, right? It's a psychological change to go from the sim environment to the live environment. So a lot of times they'll stumble. So from day one, what we wanted to create was a second opportunity to go back to live if, a trader did draw down their account. I think it's super frustrating to spend potentially months and, several goes of having to, go from an eval to funded account, and then you get to live and you stumble that first time, and then you just have to start back at the beginning. So for us, we really wanted to put in place a structure for a trader that's kind of proven themselves in sim, but, had a hard time that first going live to have a second chance and, to regain their footing. So on the transition, those are two things that I think are unique to Lucid that, I hope it becomes an industry standard because, like you said, I do think it's really important for these firms to start to lean into the live component a lot harder than they currently have been.
One of the beefs that I hear about when they go live is, look, if they went through all of these evaluations, they made some money, they got a payout, then some money goes into live. So they've taken some of that money out, and now it's in a live account, and now it's hard to actually stay live. There's more incentive to go back to sim because that's where the bigger payout was. And then the rules within the live just get a little bit trickier, and they feel that there's not a way to actually build a career in live. See, to me, that's something else I think that's got to be really fixed, is to be able to get with guys like you and then build that future in live, right? Because isn't that the point, AJ? Is to once you get them live, to stay there and build that career. What are you guys doing when someone goes live? What does that experience look like for them to then build their career within Lucid?
Yeah, so I think we do a couple things. The first is like how you're able to participate in our live account. We don't have, once you get moved live, none of those objectives that are in those funded phase, they don't come with you. So there's no, minimum trading targets to take a payout. You can treat our live account exactly like a brokerage account. If you have the margin, you can swing trade. If you have a down day, you could take a payout. We want it to be basically the same experience as if you had that money in your brokerage account. Beyond that, we provide a monthly stipend of $200 a month for each live trader. You can spend that on software, coaching, whatever a trader feels like is best for them to, enhance their performance. We're also, once you get moved live, traders are technically, you're a professional in the eyes of the CME, and that professional data fee can be, for each exchange, it could be like $150 a month. So we cover that first data exchange fee just as an additional benefit to traders. And our goal is, from a risk management department standpoint, we want to be as present or as kind of hands off for the trader as possible. I think some traders get to live and, maybe they've got a live account or they've done it with a couple other firms. They're pretty competent. I don't think they want us like hanging over their shoulder. I mean, we're obviously going to keep an eye on every account and make sure that no one's kind of, going off the rails. But it's like, hey, if you hit a daily loss limit, it doesn't necessarily require for every trader to, have a meeting with us to get their account unlocked to keep trading. Like sometimes you just have a down day and you want to get back on the horse. We don't want to, get in the way of traders doing that. But also, when we onboard a new live trader, we're like, hey, do you want us to check in if you do hit daily loss limit? Because some people do want a more hands-on experience. So we're really just trying to cultivate, an environment of flexibility. Like, what does a trader need from us to feel supported? And then beyond that, like you said, the goal isn't, in my mind, to stay in sim forever. It's got to be establishing a long-term relationship with our traders that's mutually beneficial, right? Because we put up capital for these traders, we throw our resources behind them. Eventually, the firm wants to enjoy in participating in the profits of the trader. So, our mindset is that we kind of need to make a merge between traditional prop desk and new prop firm. And so our goal is to identify those traders that continue to have success in live and kind of put them in almost like a remote desk environment with other successful live traders. And it would be like, an online desk. And that's where we continue to, at that point, you've had success in sim for several months. You've had success in live, and we've seen that, continue. So it's like, all right, now, like, let's put you in a pod with other people that have accomplished the same thing, and you tell us what you need. You've obviously proven yourself to a point beyond what the vast majority of the community is capable of. Tell us as a firm, like, what do you need so that we can all work together and be aligned in the rest of the journey?
I love hearing you talk about this because it feels like the journey was capitulated per se once you got to live, and it was like, okay, I got the payouts, I did what I need, and then the live kind of just like fizzles. You're building on that momentum, and I get it, and I love hearing what you're doing. I want to talk a little bit about the technology, NinjaTrader prop, Tradeovate prop. How have we played a role in the prop space in helping guys like you, build out that experience from sim to live?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the NinjaTrader prop and Tradeovate prop rollout that you guys have just come out with, I mean, perfect timing for us. We launched the same day that you guys launched. It's been awesome. So I think the ones that you guys have called out that I think are super interesting, obviously Orderflow Plus. Anyone that's listened to Leo or Stow or myself or XY talk, that we're all Orderflow traders. So being able to access, a volume profile, TPO, that's a game changer. I know that's something that you guys have always had, but it's never been included with the prop firm package before. So I think people are really, really excited when they see that is kind of now just part of the NinjaTrader prop experience. I think something that you see in the space that is becoming more popular are having more flexible risk controls. So I know that with the new rollout, there are additional risk control features like being able to customize your daily loss limit, being able to kind of lock yourself out when you hit a certain profit target. I think that's something, daily loss limit was something I was always familiar with, but the profit lockout was something that I've never really implemented a rule like that, even on a discretionary basis for myself. But I think you see a lot of new traders, maybe, being forced to walk away and helping themselves build that habit. Having that tool be accessible to them is something that's really, really valuable. And then I think the other one that's really, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, the other one that I think is really exciting is the market replay. When I've talked, Leo, Stow, and I have all talked about how, integral being able to rewatch the market, especially if you're an order flow trader, getting a feel for the pace of the tape, getting a feel, watching the DOM over and over again, building that pattern recognition is so important. So that market replay feature on the Tradeovate prop and NinjaTrader prop package, I mean, I think that like every trader should be spending hours a week, utilizing that tool.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear how our technology is helping you guys. And just to talk to all the traders out there, look, this is just the initial rollout. There is going to be stages where things are going to continue to get better for the experience. And everybody knows that I've spoken with out there and with our team, I'm committed to helping in any which way I can, giving feedback to our technology team to continue to build on the momentum of what we already have. And that's extremely important to me because I would love to see the success go from sim to live and beyond, right? That's the goal, right? And so we're going to do everything we can to make that experience happen as best we can for traders. Just a minute and a half left, AJ. Any kind of final things? Talk to us about some things you guys have currently going on at Lucid. Like I said, we just got NinjaTrader prop and Tradeovate prop on with you guys. Anything you want to talk about that where traders can go and learn more about what you guys are doing right now?
Yeah, I mean we have an active Discord community. Our websites now you can go to it straight from the NinjaTrader prop microsite, but it's lucidtrain.com. We just celebrated a milestone where we paid out 5 million traders. We haven't had to deny a single payout. That's something we want to continue to, we want to make sure that we don't deny any payouts for, our history. So we're really excited about where we're at. And yeah, I mean, our dashboard is real time for NinjaTrader for NinjaTrader accounts. So that's something that we're really proud of. It's like technical innovation. Our developers are, they love to hang their hat out on that. But yeah, I think, we just focus on the user experience. We're focused on making sure that, we have all the bells and whistles for everyone that comes from NinjaTrader.
All right, everybody, listen, AJ's, as you could tell, he's a great guy. He's innovative. What they're doing at Lucid is something special. I believe that. We're going to put a link down below in the chat. Go check out what they're doing. AJ Campanella. Again, love to see a Paisan in this space. It's so great to meet you today in person, buddy. All right, talk to you soon. Nice to meet you too.
Bye. Thanks.
All right, well, we're going to go from the best-looking segment of the day with me and AJ to the second best-looking segment of the day with Kane and Leo. Sorry, guys. I mean, look at you got two Italians together. I'm sorry. We all know. Chat's going to tell you right now. It's not even really close. Although as Kane is looking he's looking more svelte, man. I tell you what, he's looking pretty lean. I saw him yesterday. We were in a Zoom together, and I told him, I said, man, you're looking good, buddy. He's getting ready for his Wednesday segments here on NinjaTrader Live. I think he's gone keto or whatever it is that he's doing to look good, because you know how the chat is here with Leo and Kane on Wednesday. It's always fun, and Kane's Instagram always blows up. But let's not hold back. Let's get ready for Trade the Open with Leo and Kane.
Good morning.
What's up, guys?
Can't believe you said that about me.
What? Second best looking group?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I call it the way I see it, man. The chat does too. They all know.
Let's hope AJ wants to trade the Open today then.
AJ wants to trade the Open with you guys? Oh, we got to have that.
Well, maybe we don't. Maybe that's you insulted us. We're going on a strike now.
Yeah.
And so,
see you later. You guys have fun trading the Open together.
All right. Well, close it down. Shut it down. I mean, you know the difference? Here's the difference, right? You two are two good-looking guys, but look at the difference between me and AJ. We come in, we both got cologne on. Our hair's done. You guys are hiding. Kane's in the hat. Who knows what he's going on? He's got incense burning in the background. I don't want to hear about it. It's not the same thing, Leo.
I got cologne on, just for the record.
Oh, he does. Well, Paco Rabanne?
No, what?
He doesn't even know what Paco Rabanne is. It's what you use. Is
that some Italian shit?
Yeah, Kane's probably got like Dracar on. You guys tell me you don't remember these older colognes.
Yeah, I don't. No. I wasn't born.
Yeah.
Swinging a miss, Deli. Yeah. Swinging a miss.
Yeah, swinging a miss. I know. It's all right. Well, it's for a different time. Me and Pax will laugh about that later. But so today, guys, again, yesterday we got some volatility. Markets seem to be showing that they're not just going to go straight up, but who knows? Maybe that today is different. Let's start with you, Leo. Let's take a look at your screens. What are you seeing coming into the Open today?
Well, I'm looking at an overnight session that basically did nothing. More or less just digesting around yesterday's volume, which is right here. So there's really no new information for me. So, this is a distribution that we're in, kind of a miniature balance area. And so I'm going to, keep that in mind. So the range is basically, from the way I would look at it, from this high volume node down to the edges to the 20s, up to basically the 80s. So like if you box that out, that would be a range where we've been trading in for the last 12, 16 hours. And so I want to play a break of that range, or if we break it and, basically like a stop run type reversal setup, want to look for that too. I think either scenario could be at play here. So we'll see who shows up at the Open.
Kane, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I normally would get quite bearish here, right? But I guess PTSD the last month and a bit is just telling me that we've had one down day and everyone's switching bearish. And I just feel like that would have been me a month ago. And the last month hasn't been the nicest on me. So I'm kind of leaning a little bit more bullish here, especially considering that like ES popped up into a nice level, that 6770 level. That's kind of a level I'd want to sell out of originally. We pulled back, but now they're just holding above, and they're just every like market structure right now is just I'm leaning more bullish, right? It's not really breaking, it's not really selling into the lows. They're buying it out of the lows. So yeah, overall, I think a pop at the open, maybe sell some pullback. I would really like previous day low, like that basically 12 o'clock low from yesterday. I really hate the fact that they didn't sell it at 2 into the low and then rode it out. If 2 yesterday took out this low in the morning, I would have been bullish today. I'd be super bullish today. But right now, I'm just thinking we clear all of this built up from yesterday. We clear everything, and then we pop, and then drive down. That's kind of my plan right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's just hope that we do get some volatility for you guys. I mean, yesterday it was a little bit of hope, but it just seems ultimately like, we're just stuck in this, sideways to grind higher type mode. But I do think we were talking more in the macro sense. This dollar move with the yen should start to spark some volatility within the indexes. Not that that's something that I think traders need to watch right now, but let's hope it does bring some volume and volatility to us. But a couple things of business I got to take care of before we go today. First off, everybody, you may have heard we've got the NinjaTrader Arena Cup coming. Kane and Leo are going to be in the NinjaTrader Arena Cup with us, and that is going to be starting very soon. We already are like, I think over 8,000 signups already for the NinjaTrader Arena Cup, which is crazy. And so we're maxing at 30,000. I think we're going to get there pretty quickly. Remember, there's going to be 3 rounds of competition, everybody. So you're going to have a round of competition starting on October 20th and the 27th, then November 3rd. Prizes are going to be given away the entire time, cash prizes on qualifier 1, 2, and 3. And then if you qualify and that top percentage, then you make it to the championship round where we're giving away $100,000 to the winner and $250,000, which is on November 17th. It's quite a bit of cash for a simulated event. $400,000 in total in cash prizes.
Free
so
as well.
Link is in
that's
the
the
chat.
crazy thing. The entrance fee is $0, and you can get life-changing money for nothing.
I mean,
just for demonstrating, some trading skills.
Yeah. I get so many DMs from people saying, I know I can trade, I just can't afford to. Here's your chance. That's it.
yeah. And the reality is we made it not the easiest, so it's not like people can come in and just YOLO. So a lot of people were talking about like, oh, it's micros, it's this. It's supposed to be hard. We want to have, skill involved to be able to win this. And I think we've achieved that, and we'll see. I mean, I can't wait. We've got all of you guys are going to be streaming together on each of the qualifying rounds. Going to be super exciting. So can't wait for that. So everybody, again, that link is in the chat. Go ahead and register there. And, of course, go and follow Leo and Kane on socials to go and see what they're talking about on their streams and sign up from there as well. Guys, you guys are going to be doing giveaways today. We'll start with you, Leo. What are we doing here?
Oh, I didn't know I was giving away anything today. Oh,
Is it you or is it Kane?
I think it's Kane. I think it's Kane.
It's me. Yeah, we're doing a giveaway. Giveaway will end at 10:45. I think production going to put something in the chat. We're going to be giving away a pair of these, some glasses that everyone comments about.
Oh,
you're not
hold
getting
on.
it. No.
Hold.
No. You
Hold
have
on.
to enter. If you want them, you have to enter. All right. That was the deal that I made with production. You no freebies just because you work here. All right. No.
Kelly, I don't even know what to say right now.
Listen, I'm trying to win them too.
Yeah,
I like 'em.
they're exclusive. Shabo asked me for the link. I said I can't tell you the link because you'll buy them. You just got to give them away and whatever. So, yeah. But we're giving away 2, so you both could win. Actually, it's not you both could win them. That would be rigged though. But yeah, we're gonna give them away. And yeah, everyone's going to find out how these make you a better trader.
I mean,
Wow.
what are you going to do when you see me and Leo at the Naples meetup wearing those glasses is what's going to happen. And then we're going to do
yeah.
who wore it better.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it won't be me.
I didn't want to say anything. I just want to try to keep to myself here today. Nobody. All right. You guys are the best, man. I really look forward to your Wednesday segment. I mean, not only do all the traders learn something, we have a laugh, we have a good time. You guys keep it light. Honestly, one of my favorite segments of the weeks. So appreciate you guys. Much love from me. I will see you guys soon.
I bet you tell that to all the other traders, Deli.
He does. I heard him say that
Most of them.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can't play favorites. All right. I'll see you guys later.
Ciao.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, I'll give you a pair, but you can't tell everyone because then I'll get Deli asking, Shab asking.
I'm coming on the stream with them on. I mean, people are gonna know.
Yeah, exactly. But you can just say you bought them, right?
I mean, why wouldn't I?
Yeah, exactly. How are you, brother? Anyway.
I'm good, man. Baby season is tough. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're tired still.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is tough.
It's harder. It's harder on mom than anyone. You know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
kids. We're literally Kane, like legit. We're laying like at nighttime, laying in bed. We can't even talk to each other. We have to text each other to have a conversation.
Oh, well, because the baby will wake up.
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of peaceful, actually.
I mean, yeah.
No, your wife is a lovely lady, so I'm sure that is stressful on her. She doesn't deserve it.
You said that.
No, she is lovely. You only say nice things about her, so even when she's not around. Hopefully she's listening. Working overtime on them brownie points.
She's doing baby stuff right now.
Yeah.
But what about you? Did you already bang out some trades? You messaged me and said, I hope you have some trading to do today because I'm done for the day.
Yeah, I'm more or less done for the day. Yeah, I caught a nice long and then re-added on the pullback and caught it, and then basically exited when ES took the high, and I've just kind of been sitting in it since. So yeah, well, I've not been sitting in it. I'm in nothing. So, but yeah, we came back to basically more or less where my average entry was from here. And then yeah, I've had the chance to rebuy it. I do think we just clear out all of this today. And then drive into like 50% and then pull lower. Where are your magic boxes? Are there any magic boxes on your screen today?
No, brother, we're above them. What I would do, just from like a context perspective, is I would honestly just mark out the overnight high and low because it's well within the range, the volume distribution from yesterday. So basically, I would just, box this out and basically play. Wait for one of these to trade and then watch what happens there, right? Like a big trade for many people is to we take out the overnight high in reverse or take out the overnight low in reverse. That's a mean reversion at first, but then it's continuation on the higher time frame, right? Like longs or even shorts at this point.
Yeah.
Or if we break and don't ever come back, look for reoffers for continuation, longs or shorts. So I guess like what I'm saying is I'm looking for this to break, this volume distribution to break out, or we'll use that as the higher low as a point of reference for some type of reversal. For a non-breakout, but to the other side essentially. But we have the FOMC meeting minutes today, and I just don't relative volumes at 80s. There's 10-year bond auction at 1. Then there's FOMC minutes at 2. It's just like, or is that did I say it right? 1 and 2.
Yeah. The bond auction's at 101.
I'm trying to speak in EST, but all my stuff is listed in CST. So
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
know,
bond auctions are always 101, and then
yeah,
medium
yeah,
is always
I
2.
knew that, but then I was like 1300. It just had a brain fart.
Yeah.
Okay, so minutes at 2, bond auctions at 1, and then there's FOMC speakers literally all day. Literally all
So yeah, so
day.
this sell-off yesterday was fueled by an FOMC speaker, right? Who I believe they were speaking
Oh,
as a
no. I thought it was the Oracle margin compression story. Like their margins are basically, or what I don't, maybe Tracy was talking about it yesterday, but I think it was just like their margins on their chips are like
nothing.
nothing. Yeah, like worse than Walmart retail margins, or
Well,
you know, like a
you mean to tell me the company that invested in one company, that invested in another, that invested in the original company, that whole thing fell apart?
I don't
No
even know. I
way.
haven't been able to keep up with all this rigmarole, but it sounds
So
like
I
a
think that,
scam. It
yeah, so I
sounds
think
like a
this,
legit scam.
I think the story goes that OpenAI invested in Nvidia, Nvidia invested in Oracle, and Oracle invested in OpenAI, and Oracle stock jumped 30% or 20%. And actually, in the middle is basically just an investment from Nvidia into OpenAI, I believe, or the other way around. Sorry, from Nvidia into Oracle. So it's like the Oracle stock rallied because of it, but like it's just like this inception of investment that just flows from one another. That's just creating this, I guess some would call it a debt bubble, right? And then now the news comes out that none of them are making. Well, Oracle is not making any money. Who would have guessed? So yeah, but I didn't know why we dropped. All I do know is that I tried to sell the 90. I basically tried to sell this high yesterday on the 32nd and missed it, and then it jumped, didn't come back for me, and then fell off the face of the earth, and I was a little bit sad. But yeah, crazy day. I actually think FOMC minutes are normally pretty nothing, but
No, they are, but
but
for
after a
some
cut,
reason, go ahead.
I think after a cut, like the context of this cut matters. And I think the minutes will give a lot more context than the speech. So I think the market is going to be generally slow today. That is how I feel. But
Yeah,
when I feel that way, the market generally is slow but clean. So
yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, relative volume being in the 80s is that doesn't give me any confidence that we're gonna have anything but slow. So
Yeah.
you're saying it's slow. I'm saying it's slow. If the market does something cool, that's going to be great. Everyone can fade us next time we say it's going to be slow, but I don't think that's very likely.
Yeah. I mean, I said this before, right? Like, not the recent NFP that actually hasn't happened because of government shutdown, but the one before that. I was like, yeah, I don't really trade NFP days. They're really like ugly. They're never clean, blah, blah. Turned out to be like the cleanest day ever. Like every setup was just clean. And everyone's like, oh, NFP was clean. And I'm like, yeah, but the one time it's clean doesn't mean that we should trade it, right? So I don't know, pick your battles. I've been really selective of the battles I've been picking recently. And okay, I've taken some small paper cards, but my big bets have been very methodical. And to be honest, luckily for me, they've played out most of the time over the last couple of months. So I've been where I would normally be medium size in the market most of the time. I'm like low size in like every day. And then when I feel really confident about a setup, I just normal size and a bit more. And they've been playing out a lot nicer. Like this morning, nice push, re-add, and then just push again.
The less involved I am or have been recently in the market has been better for me.
Yeah, I'm also actually trying for like for the month of November or middle of October to the middle of November. I'm actually trying to go on a bit of a dopamine detox, and I think it's really hard in our job to have a dopamine detox because I get dopamine from my job every day. So
Is that why you stopped answering me when I text you?
yeah, probably. Well, I'm just putting my phone down, so like my phone doesn't come with me everywhere, and so it's just nicer to be more present. But yeah, I'm just trying to. I do it like once a year, just really reset, and I'm deciding to do it now. Basically, it lead up to my birthday. Over my birthday, it's my birthday in just under a month, Leo. Can you believe that?
Holy, how old are you going to be? 20?
Yeah, 21.
Okay.
Yeah, 21. I can finally drink in America in November.
That's great.
That's great, right? Yeah.
What is your birthday? November what?
It's in the first 5 days of November.
Jeez.
Yeah.
First 5 days.
Yeah. I would tell you. I just don't want to tell the chat. You know how weird the chat can be sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heard.
I am 31. By the way, I'm not 21. Me and Leo are kind of having a joke. I am 31, so I'm 32 in November. Thanks for reminding me.
Do you know what? Just looking over here, a spicy short idea.
Pre-market.
No, not now.
I was gonna say
If we trade up to 124 to 132, like this little range right here, it's yesterday's midpoint. So the 50% retracement of yesterday's range.
Yeah, this is what I want. I want that flush. I want that little spike
And-
into that.
And yesterday's value area high. But also, it's also the week midpoint as well.
Sell it. Sell it all.
So it'd be 50% of the range of the week yesterday and yesterday's value area high.
126, and then we flip. Just sell it all.
Potentially.
Potentially. Yeah, I would like it if ES showed a little bit of weakness at the open, NQ rallied off, and then ES sellers just showed up and wanted to have a party. That would make me happy, actually.
If this bull story starts to shut off, I mean, that's going to be a great place. You know, if we get some bearish continuation, that would be a great place from an entry perspective if we get up there.
Yeah, I agree. Like frame this, and then just immediately other side.
Yep.
Yeah, where is the overnight low? It's Asia low.
128, 28, 26. Is it? 24.
26.25, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It was
Say hi to the chat.
I don't know. We'll leave him for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Nah,
Good.
I'm kidding. We need likes.
Don't acknowledge the chat.
We need likes. Kane, what do you smell like? What cologne? I actually wear Yves Saint Laurent Baby Cat. That's like my go-to. There you go.
Hello, ladies. Hello, chill guy or chill girl.
No, it's the guy. I met him at the.
I know, but he called us
event.
ladies. I have to call him chill girl.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fine.
This is an interesting one. Is NinjaTrader starting their own prop firm or just partnership? NinjaTrader is not starting their own prop firm, at least to my knowledge.
At least to my knowledge as well.
Ninja Prop is just a new iteration of trading prop on NinjaTrader and Trade-of-8. And they've added some new features. So like the Orderflow Plus license package is now part of that, part of, you know, setting up with any prop firm. So you get, you know, the volume profile and VWAP and Delta, all of those things are part of the Ninja Prop package, including the other things that AJ talked about earlier. So no,
There'll be a lot more features.
They're going to
coming as
add
well.
more to it too.
Yeah.
It sounds like this is just the beginning of kind of a recommitment, if that's a good term, to Ninja trading prop on Ninja. Would you say?
Yeah, no, spot on. Yep. I don't think the team would mind admitting that the Trade-of-8 platform has kind of been left to its own devices. And I think the add-ons are getting a refresh, the platform's getting a refresh, just everything is getting an improvement there. So, and I'm sure some of it, you know, the things that everyone wants are going to get added eventually. But yeah, to start with, it's just a few of the paid features that were previously an add-on are now just included on select firms that have opted into Trade-of-8 prop. Yeah. Which as of right now, there are only a few. trade copier. There needs to be a trade copier. There needs to be a trade copier.
There's one, right? In TradeAway?
There is, but it's only within the same account. It's called group trading, and it is a little bit clunky, but yeah. Clunky and TradeAway go hand in hand. However, it is a really, really good platform when you get your head around it. So yeah. But chat, how are we? Any bullish?
Who's bullish? Did we get a
Did we get a
vote this
poll?
morning?
Yeah, did we get a poll? I feel like I got rugged of my poll.
Maybe we can't do a poll because the giveaway link is pinned at the top of the chat.
Yeah, maybe. And that's more
So
important
just
than
maybe you should comment in the chat if you're bullish or bearish.
bullish or bearish.
Where are the girls? Great question.
Great question. There is a poll.
Oh.
Oh. How do I
Let's
see
do a poll.
How do I see the poll? Where's the poll, chat? Well, who's winning the poll?
Bullish.
Bullish, neutral, bearish. You know what I think it's going to do? I think it's going to go right. There, I said it.
Gonna go right.
Yeah, I said it. I would be really shocked if it went left.
There
38%
was something
bull.
that I could do to make this chart go right up and to the left. That would be amazing.
Yeah, go back. Give me a chance to short.
You can't take a trade from replay. Just FYI.
Yeah.
You can't go back to the future.
So let's talk about how long we got. We got 5 minutes to the open. Let's talk about the competition.
All right. Yeah, let's talk about it.
What day are you competing?
I completely forgot. Let me look. Hang on. That's how jammed up my life is right now. Which one are you?
No, you tell me first.
Fuck.
I'm competing on the
27th.
That's the second one. I'm competing then as well.
Oh, shoot.
I can't make this the first or the last one, so there's my only option.
Who's going to be... So...
I'm probably going to lose. I don't do well with pulse trading.
Well, Deli mentioned that it couldn't be gamed.
Yeah, but I think
so I'm curious what the structure of the structure of it is.
3 micros, MES, MNQ, MGC, and 61, I think.
3 micros?
3 micros, yeah.
But you can trade all the markets with 3 micros?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I would assume so.
That's so tricky.
And Marky Mummy's on the 27th too. We're gonna have a party. Damn. So I'm just gonna have to set it up so that when I take a trade, it just takes all of them. Okay, cool.
You'll have to show me how to do that.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do that yet, but I'm gonna figure it out. Also, do I want a long gold and NQ? Probably not. Probably actually. The way it's working.
I mean, gold just... I think you could just open the gold chart and buy and close it at the end of the day.
I think I'm going to disable my sell button on that one. Yeah. Rough. Tricky one. But yeah, so I'm on the second one. And then I don't really do well in these competitions, so don't expect anything from me. I'm sorry.
Do you think the let's see, the rising popularity, I'll say, of these trade competitions, what is your take on?
Go on, carry on. Sorry.
What is your take on them?
I think that competitions that are free are net good for the industry, because the way I think about it is, if you genuinely are a good trader, and this the moon and stars align for you, it can change your life, right? Like, I'm fully aware that the likelihood of me winning the competition is very very low, because I can't push markets that hard, right? I really wait to time markets and ride them. So if the stars align for me, I could do well, but the likelihood is I'm probably not. So I think they're net positive, but I also think that they just, right now, they're easy to game, right?
Yeah.
It's easy to get through minis and long NQ, long everything basically. And then, like, when we do these arena challenges, like, we load the chart up 3 hours in and someone's up 20K. It's like, wow, that guy's good. Is he? Or is it just to just press the market and the market did the right thing? So I don't know. I would like there to be like a longer form one, or like loads of rounds of qualifiers into something that was almost like a championship, something like this, but more drawn out. That would be really, really attractive to me.
Like, so the qualifying event is one day, you would say, like a whole week,
Yeah. Yeah. Like a whole week.
and then like a final with a whole week.
Because a day, like, everyone has bad days, right?
Anybody can be a hero in a day.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I'd like it to be longer. But again, that takes more organization, more people, etc. So,
But I mean, I think you hit it on the head with, it's more gamified,
yeah.
and I'm not sure, like, long term, if we start seeing like tons and tons of trade competitions, is it going to be like an esports? Like, we're going to turn trading into an esports thing?
I'd hate that.
I would hate that, because it just turns it into, making it a game and taking what somebody's real strategy and real approach to the markets is, and totally putting it on its head, because now it's just, you're trading just to win. So you're doing unnatural things.
Like,
right?
there's a
Like,
competition running at the moment, right? And people are up
Yes.
like 70K on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
like, so, and I would just ask someone, I can almost assume that most of these people aren't making 70K in 2 days.
Oh,
what's
for
the-
sure.
So what's the difference there? It's
sure.
gamified. They don't care about it. Bro, have you seen what's going on?
Yeah,
ES
we're
got
tagging the
absolute
overnight high.
Yeah, ES also, they sold their balls out of ES for like 5 points, and NQ just was like, fuck your ES, and just went.
But that said, like, I think it's great for the free tournaments, just to introduce traders to trading. I think it does put something on the line for, simulated trading, just to get familiar with markets. Like, I think that's really cool, right? I guess what I'm saying is, like, I don't want to see this industry just turn it into an esports thing where everyone is all of a sudden doing trading competitions.
So, like, you wouldn't want to have a bronze tier, a gold tier, a silver tier, like, all this, and like you have to work your way up, and like, I'm a diamond tier NinjaTrader trader. Yeah, no, I would hate that as well. Yeah, there's already too much ego in this space, right? We don't need more ability to brag. Cool, that 126 level's approaching, Leo. It's there.
It's here. We've arrived.
We've arrived at 126.
Let's see what happens. So far, nothing, but that can change. That can change. Starting to see a little bit like a hint of absorption here. No, they don't care about that. This is weekly view up right here. Eyeballs on. I'm in.
You're in.
Oh, I may have bottomed that candle. Wow.
I don't know. I did that the other day. It's the worst fucking feeling ever, actually.
Yeah,
I don't know,
that
bro.
moment where I decided to get in.
someone decided to get in at the opposite side. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that sucks. I really like this area for shorts. We had it marked. We
ES
spoke
is
about
really
it
struggling.
pre-market. ES is really struggling. Like you could top tick the market here if ES just doesn't find a floor.
Yeah. Come on.
I really don't hate it, to be honest. Because for me, I just framed the ES is probably going to go to its overnight low from here.
If we can lose the week open in ES, which is 68,
Yeah, they were fucking holding that all day. Suit and tie affairs. I keep asking NinjaTrader to do like a black tie dinner. Invite a bunch of. Maybe that could be like the whole thing, right? Like run these competitions, give away money, exclusive events, stuff like that. Like make it more fun, more engaging.
yeah.
That would be cool.
Oh, so you're saying like in real life events in person?
Yeah, like have like a black tie dinner. I don't know, in Chicago somewhere, Miami, New York, something.
Black tie dinner, simulated trading. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. I can be there, smacking 15 long, simulate, of course. I haven't got the money to trade 15. 65 flush. So I'm going to
Still
play
holding
devil's
that.
advocate here. If ES does find a floor here, what does NQ do? Because ES doesn't have a floor right now. It's just melting.
They're testing that week open right now.
Yeah. They seem to be they're hate selling this right now.
I'm going to cover one here just because we tagged the overnight high. And if we rally, like this could be just a breakout of the overnight high and rally. And I'll just be in one and just look for
Every ad.
Yeah, look for a re-add when we get more of a confirmation that the trade's going to work. So basically, just trying to pay for this, So if I get stopped out at this point, it's a free trade.
Yeah.
Then if it starts to go, look for an ad to get bigger.
Yeah, I think if we start to trade into that low where you covered, I think I would probably look to start getting involved in some sort of sell there.
Yeah, I like this though. They tried to come back up into these 30s, and then they're rejecting it. So
There's a
that's good
lot of
sign.
people trapped there right now.
Yeah, for sure.
They're about to feel
You see the deltas here. We're seeing that absorption.
Yeah.
Every time they tap that.
Yeah.
But, we're still building volume up here. We're not able to really accept anything below the overnight high. So even though there's all this absorption right here at the open, sellers aren't really pressing yet.
Yeah, they're buying it off that weekly open. Yes. It's just like I think it's a good area here to be short, but if ES buyers really step up here, you did the right
You got to
thing.
get out of the way.
Yeah, you have to get out of the way of that fast because they will just stomp all over you. ES gap fill, chat saying. Fading the trend is dangerous. G-Man, what do you think the trend is? You think it's bullish? Okay, fair enough. Well, we had a really bearish day yesterday, so if you were bullish yesterday, you quite literally got ran over all day. But long term, pretty bullish. But naturally, you have to be bullish in. Overall, yeah, overall in equities, you can buy it and forget about it, right? Until the day you can't. Was I short at all yesterday? I actually paper handed, probably one of the better trades of the month for me.
Let's talk about it.
No, that's not, honestly. That's really not. I quite literally left 150 points on the table after we sold off yesterday. Wow. Where? Right here. I was short here on this push. Once we push into this low, I went break even. I got ran out, and then all of this happened. So yeah, it was a little bit painful, to be honest. But yeah, it was a nice correction yesterday. And actually, I took a long off of this low, this previous week, the weekly open low. And I got paid for it.
All right, I got stopped out on that.
Yeah. You're overall break even on it though, right?
Down $62. So,
Ran out? You mean stopped out? George, I mean, I made or lost no money on it. So stopped out for me, the language I use for stopped out suggests that I lost money. I didn't lose money yesterday. I actually made money playing along yesterday. So yeah, so I got ran out because they ran me out before going lower. But that's my language, right? You can have a different meaning for that. Doesn't mean that you're wrong or I'm wrong. When is the correction going to be correct enough to stop? If you knew that, you'd be a trillionaire.
Trillionaire. Wow, the Dow went to 0.
No way.
That's crazy.
My chart's like 46,000 points above 0. What happened there? No, I'm kidding, obviously. I actually like this sell here even more now.
Yeah, same.
Look, they get back below 132. It's a good short.
It's I like the short, but I'm also looking at this or mid, and I'm like, you know what?
True, don't fade that, yeah. He needs to re-up if he ran out. What do you mean ran out?
Every day is a V shape in YM. How many of you guys trade YM? I'm actually curious. I want to see a show of hands. Can you believe we only have 268 likes and you're giving away 2 pairs of some insane glasses?
No, I can't actually.
I think you should just be like, hey, you're not giving it away if we don't hit 500 likes at least.
At least, yeah. I don't know. I'm in a good mood today.
Moss Scott, is that Moss Scott?
Actually, I'm on the wrong account here. Okay, I'm in the wrong account on TradingView, but I'm going to take this on another account over here.
You're going to take the short?
Yeah. I'm actually waiting to get... I'm in. The good thing about this is I get to go break even at this low.
They're saying YM over NQ.
Yeah, well, I'll leave you guys to that one. It's a big no
So
from
now
me.
I'm on the Moscow website. I just need to find out which ones they are. Are they the Lemtosh?
They're the Lemtosh ones, yeah.
Sick.
It's crazy. I can't even enter my own promotion. Here we go. Basically, as
Watch
soon
me
as we
show up next week.
they're from I think they're from Australia. So if they arrive before next week, I'd be really shocked because I had to wait a while for them. Okay, so nothing really changes here for me right now. I mean, this trade, I'm actually in 3. Um, and I would just go break even at this low, basically, is my plan. Until then,
Right here,
no,
111.
111, 110, 111, yeah. Until then, I will just stay in it.
Really not much on the tape to get you excited about for NQ.
No, but ES just spiked that low, so I think I might cover here and just re-enter because I think we're gonna get an entry. So that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, back in. I did like 8 points on it, and then
Kane scalping NQ. That's a
yeah, but I was yeah. I mean, this is really. I just recently, the annoying thing for me, right, is where we've had like
I'm
I
gonna jump in
guess
here with you.
some more trendy progression moves. Like this pullback for me would be an ad normally, but like I've been adding into trades a lot, and then these small little paper cuts just end up being quite hurtful
Yeah.
on the re-ads. So instead of re-adding, if I can see something like ES like looking to buy up into some area, I'll just TP it, and then if I have to just get back in on a lower price, I will. And if
Yeah.
not, then I'll get back in where I got out, and I'll take the 8-10 points. And then for this 20-point trade, it covers like half my risk, right?
Right.
So if I get stopped out here, it's like a half hour risk trade instead of a full risk. So
Right.
a little bit of account preservation in these markets for me.
When they're slow.
Yeah, because fuck, I've been really bored the last month. Am I short? I am short. Shorted too early. I want to see that 64 ES tag, but they missed it. Yeah. Bro, when it dumps buyers have been showing up. That's typically how the market works, boys and girls.
By the dippers.
When things go up, sellers show up, and when things go down, buyers show up. And you know why it works that way? Because that is what the market is intended to do. It finds sellers and finds buyers.
Shocking.
No
Isn't it?
way. Yeah.
They're gonna tag me out here.
Didn't
47.
even break the neckline yet. You're at 47. I'm at 53. Finding this, I'll wait for 10 because 10 will be the clean one. All right, now can we push? Look for group.
They got me.
Okay, where did you enter? There was no FGO displacement. What's your entry and time frame? I'm on the 32nd right now. There you go. They got me as well. Should hit your stops. Market gravitates towards liquidity. I have a lot of liquidity, Mike. What about you? Do you know what? I almost tweeted yesterday.
Almost tweeted.
I almost tweeted this because I feel like it's really, really obvious. Is that absolutely everybody is a genius in a trending up market. Like absolute genius. It's really easy to wake up and go long every day, right?
Yeah.
And when it turns, 100% of these people just don't ever come back.
I think we've seen that. There was a really interesting transition, like just on Twitter between 2022 and 2023, where a lot of people that were, beating their chest, puffing their chest out.
Yeah.
Man, I want to jump back in this short.
Yeah, and even I mean PM21 Paul, I know this, I know his name, but I mean, look, I would say this, right? And actually, me and AJ spoke about this in our interview the other day. Is like statistically, 99% of people fail at trading. Yeah, online, I would be led to believe that that number is way, 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 way lower.
If you scroll around on FinTwit, for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm just watching the tape here. There's some pretty large bids that showed up, like right at 159.
Yeah.
And I literally just got short. So I just want to see what we do here. I may just exit early. It's so funny because right now, if you look at the tape, it's just blood red.
There is. There's just a lot of selling.
Yeah. So price needs to start going lower. I'm out.
Yeah, someone's just sitting on the bid here. Come on, pay the man. Pay the man.
Refreshing the 54s.
There tends to be large orders at the PAX targets. So there tends to be like, you have to understand, like, I think a lot of people really don't understand how market makers typically get into moves. And from a human psychology standpoint, they typically gravitate towards rotational targets. So if they're bullish on something, they'll buy it every 15, 20, 30 points away from where they want it to go, right? And they'll ladder in and then they'll go up, because that's the whole point of a market maker. They'll get into large drawn down moves and then buy that thing through all the way back through, and they'll switch. But the whole point of a market maker is just to facilitate the book, right? And they just make money in the process. They are the whole premise of them is to make sure that the market finds buyers and sellers that aren't them. This is consistent with how it looks too, yeah.
One, I may scratch out of this last one too. The important thing here is like the market's opened pretty strong, and we have some retracements that look a little bearish, but it's also important to remember that the bid is here, right? I've just defined things that I'm looking for from an order flow perspective. And this short here that we talked about before the market even opened. I'm not just trying to fade this market, even though it's been very strong.
They just hate selling ES right now. We just don't get, like, they're just selling it out of that high, buying it out of the low.
Do you know I think last time we had some pretty good short entries. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But the market moved after we got off stream. Do you think they're watching?
They're probably watching.
They're just messing with us.
VWAP's holding. Totally watching. If you're a market maker watching, please hit the like button. You can take our money, but just give us likes. Thank you.
Yeah, if you are watching and you're a market maker, at least give us a thumbs up.
Yeah. Whoa, why did the likes jump 100? What happened there? There you go. Fractal did us. I knew it, Fractal. I knew you could only lie so long. Yeah, I think I'm just going to wait for the turn here. The turn is always a good trade for me. So.
Did you just call the 10 a.m.
The turn? Yeah, there's the turn for me.
You learned the turn.
The turn. Yes, because I use it when I'm with you. I've adopted your language and you've adopted mine.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah. Maybe your wife's right. Maybe we do talk too much.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah. So your 10-point stop here, what, a 12-point stop or 15-point stop or whatever, saves you.
15,
I
yeah.
would have my stop at the high because I'm just scared. I'm scared. To be honest with you, I do not trade RTY. Delhi does. I don't even
Isn't
art. Yeah, I don't remember my
if you love
chart.
to be short, I think you'd be great at trading RTY.
Does it just die
Yeah, you just sell it. It's a
every
pig
day? Oh, it just sells
until
off.
it moons, until it squeezes.
Look, I just got on the daily chart. It's only up.
I said until it squeezes.
Jeez. Yeah. I mean, this looks quite nice though.
But I mean, every index chart looks like that right now.
Of course, yeah. I
From
just thought
April.
I just thought it looked a bit different, maybe. The thing is though, is that YM's going down. ES is not really doing anything. RTY is going down. NQ, yeah, fuck everything else.
Man,
Put
I
up
would add to this trade like a maniac, seeing what I'm seeing.
Is it that bad on the book?
On 66, they're just like offering it so much offer liquidity up here. I mean, you can see it on the deltas on the leg here.
Oh yeah, there's so much buying up there.
But they're pushing through it, so it just looks super, super bearish for just a second there. All right. Let's wait for 10 a.m. Let's wait for 10 a.m. Let's wait for the turn.
His trade copy and multi-prop firm. Yeah, you can connect basically any and all prop firms to it now, I believe.
It looks like it's barcoding. You're talking about ES? What's ES doing?
82 order. I think you might get there with 10. We don't have. Okay, so guys,
we
we don't
have last week's high at 200 ish, like 193. No, sorry. What do we have last week's high? 196 half. That guy right here. It's just so funny how yesterday no buyers to be found at the open. Today, no sellers. No
It's
aggressive
like,
sellers.
It's like they switched. I invited all the buyers yesterday out for lunch, and they all obliged.
You guys all had a party?
Yeah, we had a party. Well, I didn't even go. I sent them on a wild goose chase. Today, I think the sellers are playing golf. Do I use suspension blocks? No, I do not. Don't even know what that means.
Was that like does your car have suspension thing?
My car does have suspension. Speaking of, right, I posted a photo of my car maybe like 2 weeks ago on Instagram, and someone messaged me, "Hey, bro, your car MOT, which is like the service thing in the UK, like you have to get it like certified to drive that it's road legal. Your MOT is due in 5 days." I was like,
Oh,
for fuck.
shoot.
I was like, for fuck's sake. It's a new term. Yeah.
Looks like we're going to last week's high. There's a bunch of offers up there.
Last week's high.
96.
82 got hit. Who was long to 82? Someone was. Yeah, someone ran my plate. I guarantee someone ran my plate to see if my car was financed. And then they were very upset to find out it wasn't.
Wait, that's a thing?
Oh yeah, in the UK, yeah. You can run someone's number plate to check if it has outstanding finance on it.
Oh my goodness. The
Just,
creepiness of that is
I
just
mean, it doesn't.
insane.
I mean, it doesn't tell you how much outstanding finance. It just says it has outstanding finance because there was like this phase in the UK where people would just finance cars and go and sell them, and then they had to like allow everyone in the public to just figure out if there was outstanding finance.
Well,
Because
in the States, that would just they put a lien on your title. So like if you have a loan,
yeah,
with a finance company,
you couldn't sell it, right?
yeah, the title can't be sold.
Yeah, so that would probably make a lot more sense here as well. The
It's
public
interesting
can do
how
it.
different people solve different problems,
Yeah.
like countries.
The pub you can run my number plate on like a number plate checker. You can check the lot like in the UK you can check the last service, the notes of the service. Like you have to pay for some of it, but you can check the last service, the notes of the service, when it was MOT'd, like if anything was wrong with it, if it's ever been reported in a crash, if it has outstanding finance. So it's like to protect everyone. But yeah, like the number one thing is like a lot of people do is when they see like a really expensive car, they they just like immediately run the number plate to see if it's got outstanding finance on it. Because a lot of people just flex online, like it's my car, and then like yeah, outstanding finance. Yeah, you can do it. Literally, you can do everything.
Look at this move.
Yeah, I would
You
love.
tagged last week's high there.
I love this at 10 as
Exhausted
well.
right into it. Yeah.
Carfax does that.
All right,
Really
let's jump
expensive
in.
car stalking.
This will be the last short that I take.
Crazy buying Delta on ES. Kill them all.
They just exhausted right into last week's high and then just nothing but buyers. And then the seller showed up.
Yeah, Fractal, that kind of works the same way here. Like pretty much all businesses over a certain size need to declare how much they make. In fact, all businesses need to declare, it just gets detailed at a certain level. Oh, shorts.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, you need the VIN number. Yeah, you can do it with the number plate here, sadly.
Well, they got me on that. That's the last short I'm taking.
Yeah, I'll take over from here then.
All right.
'Cause I will hate sell this.
Don't get mad if I get long and
Yeah,
you're short.
you can do that. To be honest, I would have loved to have been long out of the like before the open, but I would have covered by now. In fact, this would have been my long before the open. Was this line right here? Buy this, stop below here, TP this line.
Never
Where's
trust a bear.
never trust a bear?
I don't know. Kane's a pretty much a bear, right? I mean, aren't
I'm a
you
bear.
kind of like a closet bear?
Closet. There's no closet thing about that, bro. I'm very much a bear. Yeah, I naturally am bearish. Yeah, but I've spoken about this at length. I have so much invested in the US stock market, so I naturally want to hedge against my investments. That's how I feel about it intraday. And on the days I get to get long with my investments, it's just like an extra good day for me.
Yeah. So up and to the right is
Like
your,
it's my preferred, right? I make way more money that way.
but you're bearish.
Yeah,
You're a
bearish
bear.
intraday.
I think you're just hedging your intraday trading with your long-term portfolio by being a bear.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, they brought it all the way back up to yesterday's range, opening range,
Yeah, the 5.
117. That's kind of where it broke from. Would be
2 red
interesting.
days in a row, switching to micros. I would actually just say that a lot of people should just trade micros in general. Give yourself way more leg room, and you can make fucking great money with micros still.
Yeah, the competition we did, the last Arena Cup we did, or the Arena Challenge we did with me and Stow, XY and whatnot. I won't say how much money XY lost, but the winner had like a $6,000 P&L or something like that with 5 micros.
Yeah. What's the fine print and the rules? You know, I'm actually just going to say this. I think funding companies get a lot of really bad stick, but the reality is, it's never been more accessible for an average retail trader to make fuck you money. That's what I feel about it.
Well, there's also a difference between what someone would call a funding company and a prop firm, where some of those companies that are funding companies don't ever even, you don't have a shot at going to a live market, building a track record. It's 100% sim always.
I agree with you. Even then, and I am actively not really for those companies, but even then, if you are pretty good at the game, you can make 100 grand from those companies and put it in a live market yourself.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right,
I mean, fair enough, right?
Yeah. And also, there's just so much competition out there now and availability for prop. The it's there's something for everyone out there.
Right.
So, like, trust me when I say this, a lot of you have probably stepped into this industry in the last 2 years. If you wanted to get involved in prop 4 or 5 years ago, you had 2 choices. So, and it was pay them what they asked or don't. And it wasn't cheap. Let's put it like that.
Wait, repeat that.
Like up until like maybe like 3 years ago, you had very few options in
Oh yeah.
the retail prop market,
Right.
and it was naturally more expensive then than now. Like
More competition is good.
to a point, right? Competition is good to a point, but like you could pick up a 50K eval now for what, 65 to $100.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like 200 back in the day, like 3 years ago.
Yep.
So it's come down almost half, well over half. So yeah.
This is the rally that never stops so far.
Yeah, definitely
Really
is.
hard to trade. Those 2 shorts, I guess 3, where you're just kind of picking a couple of spots for some type of rotation. Didn't work out. And then there's also really not been like even a great pullback to get long from either. So what do you do in this scenario? I think I get DMs like this, like when the market does this, what do you do? Like, where's your trade? And the answer for me simply is there isn't one.
Yeah.
And I think that if you can just sit and watch and wait for something to develop, where there is a trade, that's part of lasting long term. Because if you're always looking for what's the trade in this market, like what's the trade in this condition, what's the trade in that condition, sometimes there's just not a trade that works well for your style or your personality or whatever it might be. Like Stow, he could just buy this whole thing all the way up and be totally cool with it. I have a mental block. Like I just can't. It's just not within my brain powers to do that. So for me, it's just like when when the market does, basically go straight vertical or straight down, I just wait for the next pause or area of consolidation where I can get involved.
Yeah, I really wish I could be Stow in these markets. Like I genuinely envy him because like
absolutely.
I can just watch him press the high and then he gets like a fucking great entry in hindsight.
Is he coming on after us?
I don't know who's on after us.
I'm pretty sure he is.
I never know.
He's laughing in the background. He's like, oh, I'm long as fuck. Oh, he is. Yeah, so Stow's on next, and I'm sure he's going to be long from everywhere because that's just how he rolls. He can push into these moves. Like he's built that muscle.
Yeah.
I haven't built that muscle. I've seen other people do it, build that muscle. AJ, when we traded together, like AJ and Stow were kind of like two peas in the pod with that respect. And I watched AJ switch from like more mean revert style strategy to just like pushing into, trends and momentum, etc. And I watched him make the switch and I still couldn't do it. So for me, for those reasons, I just don't get involved.
For those reasons, I'm out.
For those reasons, I'm not a trend trader.
Yeah. Me neither. And also, like, I actually could probably push a low more than I could push a high. Because,
on the sell side?
Yeah, 100%. Because I think for me, it's like if we lose a good low for me, I'm expecting the market to really fall and I'm able to push the low and scratch it immediately if not. Where the high, like where we have like these trendy moves that just push, pull back, push, pull back. On the short side, we don't really do that. Like it's normally with a lot more volume, a lot more force. So I'm just scared of trendy slow markets because I know how violent the downside is. And for what could be 3 hours of price action can get wiped out in one 15-minute down candle.
A whole week of price.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen a whole week get wiped out in 4 hours, or 1 hour. I mean, it can certainly happen. And I think, the thing is that when when the markets do sell, like truly sell, it is easier to jump into those from a momentum standpoint because you just jump in. Everybody's selling it and it just, elevator down. It happens a lot faster. And so you get instant feedback, right? And I mean, we're basically going vertical right now. It's basically elevator up right now. But normally, like in these slow grinding trends, it's very slow and you don't get that instant feedback. You don't get, those instant take profits, right? And so you kind of don't get that like confirmation, if you will, that like your trade idea is good. This has been delightful. Gringo, you should come back for next Wednesday because this is Deli's favorite stream. He said it himself.
Yeah, he's texted me that several times as well. Sorry to everyone else. So
it's like when you have brothers and you're like, who's the favorite? Or sisters,
Kane's position tracker. I don't use NinjaTrader, the app, so I don't have the position tracker. Sorry. I'll tell you when I'm sure though, unlike everyone else. Stow and XY, they're bad at that, aren't they? They'll just suddenly be like,
dude, they were dudes legit just like start trading. I'm like, I try to be like, hang on, and like here I'm stuck on a trade, blah blah blah. so we could talk about it for a minute, just for a second. I'll stream with Stow or XY, and they're just like, they're flat, and we're just chatting, and then all of a sudden, it's like I look down, and they're in a position. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I actually am short right now. Literally just a second.
Okay, Kane is short.
I just sold one.
Kane is short. I don't hate it, but I said I wasn't going to short anything. So I'm going to watch this one go. What's the setup there for you to get short? I'm just curious.
10 pushed. You're actually probably not going to like this, but 10 doesn't have a wick. Since 10 a.m., there's actually only been buying pressure. Like 10 a.m. actual line in the sand, there's not a single sell below it.
Mhm.
And for me, if I want to see this go up, I want to see it go up from there. There's also a 50%, like from a premium discount perspective, like this whole leg just hasn't really pulled back. So for me, if we want to go higher, we should pull back from a 50% standpoint, which is kind of aligning around that area. And then we kind of had a bit of a pop above this 14s level. And now we sold back down into it. And I just want to see like this be the trapped area of people buying. And I can see that from a non-order flow perspective in the form of like 219 to 223 just from the candlesticks. Like there's not really any selling pressure. They stall, bring it lower, and now they're back testing that level. Which from the current high to the current low, like the very, very recent low where I've been short from, if we pull back now into this 21s level, that means that this move is starting to be efficiently delivered, like that 50% of this move down, up, and then what I want to see is just a general rotation to the low side. And then, yeah, ultimately, considering current market conditions, I'll probably get break even on this relatively quickly after like 25 points ish, but I'm aiming for roughly 60-point rotation lower, 50 to 60, anywhere in between there. The trade is not on my screen because I'm logged into a different account. I don't want to log out and log back in on stream. I got logged out just before and I logged in and it kind of messed it up. But yeah, I'm just short one right now. And that is what it looks like.
They did just give a little bit of a re-offer there at 18.
Yeah, I could see that. But they bid the hell out of the tens. I don't know. Ultimately, let's call it an 11-point stop because I'll get slipped 2 ticks, whatever. It's an 11-point stop. I'm really, really happy with the risk. My PO3 10 a.m. worked perfectly on YM today. No swing on the 15. Yeah, but I sold before that. So I sold 14. So for me, it doesn't really matter. And the really sad part is if it takes the high and pulls back, I would just take it again. My TP would roughly be the 75 level ish. If we spike into 60s, I'm happy with that. If not, if you know,
Where are you short from? Like, what's your actual price?
yeah, 20.5.
Damn, I want to jump in this. Honestly, doesn't look very bullish right now.
The only thing that's putting me off, and I would hope that if it works in my favor, but ES is going sideways, so at some point ES is likely to spike the high, and I would just hope that ES's sellers hold NQ sellers hold NQ down. But again, I have no control over that. Yeah. Guys, anyway, In 30 minutes time, we are going to be giving away 2 pairs of sunglasses. Production will send a link in the chat, and all I ask in return, Leo and I ask for, is some likes. That's it. We kind of want to steal all the likes from
Stow.
Stow. Yeah, we want to steal all the likes from Stow. He deserves the likes, but he has his own like crew. So yeah. Are they worn by me? No, they'll be brand new. Sorry.
No Kane signature?
No Kane signature.
They just became instantly worth less.
Yeah, they devalue at that point. So
Yeah.
not available in the UK.
Damn, you can't even get them where you live?
No, you can. The NinjaTrader are not allowed to give away physical products to non-US residents, non-US, non-Canadian residents. But if you do win the giveaway and you don't choose the color blue, I will not be your friend.
For the lens?
Yeah. I won't be your friend. I won't. Can Canadians get it? Canadians can win. I'm assuming Ninja have a Canadian office. Assumptions from me. You want the red lenses? What are the choices? I would suggest Googling Moscot Lemtosh pastel glasses and having a look. Good luck on my short. Thank you. Damn, they pricey. Well, luckily for you, it's a giveaway.
They're free.
Which color am I wearing right now? I'm wearing the blue. I think it's called Miami blue. No, what was the blue color called? I forgot. Something Vice blue. I wrote it down yesterday. Bel Air blue. That's the one. Bel Air blue.
Bel Air blue. Bel Air.
Bel Air.
Choose lenses. Frame
Are
only.
Are they blue light blockers? I think you can have the blue light blockers put in. Mine are not. How do you enter the giveaway? Mr. VWAP, you need to scroll up, click the link. You need to be a resident of the USA or Canada.
Die.
Okay, so I'm break even now.
All right. I guess I will too. Bye, Felicia.
We were patient, and it's a risk-free trade now. The winner will be announced at 10:45 Eastern time, and you need to be in chat. If you are not in chat, the winner will be drawn. You get 5 minutes to claim them. If you do not claim them, we will re-roll them, and if we get to 11, then production has to take over. ES should get to 76. I think the reality is like I don't like it when we speak in absolutes about something we can't control.
Yeah.
I don't think the market has to do anything. I have reason for believing it might. But the reasoning is like they could just buy off this low here, which is if they do that, I don't want to be in the way of it when it comes back. The winner doesn't get 2 pairs because that would be really unfortunate for the other 1,454 people in the chat. There are just 2 people that will win 1 pair each. dibs on winning. Nice. I think that's how giveaways work.
So wait, the actual giveaway winners are going to be announced today
I believe so, right? Production.
in the next 30 minutes.
Production, is that correct?
How do you enter? There's a link at
There's
the
a
top
link.
of the chat.
There's a link.
Do you think they'll let me register? 459 entrants. 20 minutes left.
Only 459. I'm assuming it's because the 1,000 people are not from the US or Canada. Because why wouldn't you enter? It's crazy. Okay. Jim, did you like the chat? Did you like stream today?
Did you like it? Is the question.
I liked it. I have a white thumbs up next to mine.
I also liked it. What's my TP? 0.
0. I'll run you at 1. Okay, guys, I need to remind you, considering it, well, Jim, you will like it after this, because at 4:15 today,
Jim is still considering it. Wow.
yeah, Jim and Mike Burke will be having an event on the NinjaTrader mobile app regarding, what is it? Ask the Experts event at 4:15 today on you. Oh, it's on using the NinjaTrader mobile app. So if anyone's using the NinjaTrader mobile app or having issues with it, then 4:15 today, Jim and Mike Burke will be running through the app and how you use it.
Ask the experts. Now he likes it.
Yeah.
Now he likes it.
And if
don't forget,
Go on.
we have to steal all of Stow's likes.
We do. And if you're wondering who the experts are, that would be Mike Burke. That is why Mike's going to be there. Jim is just to keep Mike in check. That's for not liking sooner. The logical liquidity target of the upside move just got hit, is down here. It's this one down here is the 160 level, which is where my full TP is, but I'm already break even on this.
Fat Fish. Who's Stow? Great question. Who is Stow?
Ah, Fat Fish, you know who Stow is. You're like his #1 fan. I can't ever. No point. American living in Albania. There's no address numbers on the buildings. Yeah. That's sad. Cool. Now I can lose on the go. I would recommend that everybody checks out the NinjaTrader app if you are trading on the go, because I personally used to use the TraderVate app. I used to use the TraderVate app, and it's like night and day. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Ninja app is pretty good.
And I lost a lot of money using the TraderVate app one day and took it out on the TraderVate team. They just told me to use the Ninja app.
Looks like my stop's going to get tagged here at 13.
Yeah, my stop's at 20 flat. So it is a quiet day for me so far. The sad part is that if ES takes this high and this runs my stop and then they both rotate, I will be a sad, sad man. Sad day to be Trader Kane. As someone said earlier, I am the liquidity.
Somebody said that?
Yeah, he was just being an ass.
Well, he was kind enough to let you know.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
From the games I play, they say if you can't spot the fish, you are the fish. But don't tell anyone. Don't tap the tank. Don't tap the tank.
IB stat in play for 10:30. Probably make a new high. What's the IB stat?
It's like 96%.
What is that? Like 96% at 10:30 makes a new high.
No. Like the IB, the initial balance getting tagged at some point, either side, high or low. So if you were like, are we more likely to tag 230 right now, or are we more likely to tag, a new low on the day? That would say, you would favor the initial balance high getting tagged.
Some would say that. The giveaway ends in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. I put my registration in.
You did?
Yep.
If you win, the chat's gonna go mental.
Rigged.
Make sure you're in chat, Leo.
Rigged.
And
Oh, IB either side in the last 20 days is 100%.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, today is I'm out. It should have been a global giveaway. Kane drips with happy sarcasm. How would your P and I change if you traded 1-to-1s religiously? I don't know. And I really don't care a whole bunch about that. Those classes might just offset your losses for the day. Whoa. Don't be selling them. Okay, on one of your podcasts, you said you take 30 points and you're out. I actually think I said I take 25 points and I'm out. Right? 100 ticks. What would that be? 25 points and I'm out. I would. However, I like all things evolve. I feel like 50% of moves are normally better. But yeah, 100 tick trades were kind of my thing for a very long time. I just wanted 25 points and I left the market. And that was kind of my whole thing for a very, very long time.
For how long?
Almost 2 years. Religiously, if
25
something,
points.
25 points for like 2 years. I just didn't take anything else.
And why'd you stop doing that?
I went and back tested the 25 points to 50% TPs and 50% yielded more over a period of like 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably, and I didn't back test this, so maybe it's something for the winter months, but I could probably TP partial 25 and hold runners to 50%.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really like doing that.
Market just kind of died.
Yeah, there's nothing in there, is there? Speaking of podcasts, have you ever heard of prop firms refuse a payout for adding a few points under entry? Adding a few points under entry. I don't think any do that anymore. I think they used to do that. What a strange market. How long does it take you to backtest 9 years worth of data? 4 months-ish. Because you got to do it properly.
Depends on how good your quant is.
Yeah, I don't do any automated stuff because I don't trade from an automated perspective. So how much are these classes worth? They are for sale on the Moscow website for, I believe, $320.
But if you get them from Kane, they're worth 600.
Yeah, they are. If I wear them, they're worth zero at that point.
Yeah, because they're smelly.
Yeah. And I stretch them because I got such a fat head. Because I'm so smart. How long should you be back testing every day? I think it just depends on the person. Some people like it, some people don't. And I'm one of these people that don't really like it. So personally, I don't do it a lot anymore. In fact, never. But when I was really trying to refine my edge and build confidence in changing my model or my edge, I would backtest like 3-4 hours a day. But also, you know, when you see these people like, I'm up at 2 a.m. backtesting, yeah, that's kind of pointless. I can't believe that you are your most optimal self at 2 a.m.
If you could go back to the day you started trading and tell yourself one thing, what would it be? Besides, don't do it.
Yeah, I was about to say don't do it. You know what? I would still do it, right? Like I would. What would I tell myself? I would say this to myself. I think for a long time I really looked for other people to either give me advice or validate that something would work. And the reality is that I can tell anyone today, you, me, whoever, something works and give you all the data points, but without actually going and doing the work and figuring out, oh yeah, it really does fucking work. I personally am like a little bit pessimistic about things, so I have to see it to believe it. So yeah, just actually doing more of the work myself. So yeah, that would be it really. What about you?
Mine would just be to slow down.
Yeah, that always. What do I
And
think
mean
about?
that in the
Go on.
every sense of the way, Don't rush to get into the markets. Don't rush to put a bunch of money in a brokerage account. Don't rush to start trading right away. And I've seen examples of this personally, in my own experience, but also friends of mine, and also other traders that come through OFL, where they'll sign up, and obviously we have great tools. I stand behind them, but nothing that we have as a buy or a sell or anything. It helps understand context with order flow. And we have people that come in and they're just like, they don't even know how to use the platform they're on.
Yeah.
Knowing how to use your platform is actually an edge. Crazy to think that you should know. And I always compare it to this, like, if you ever watch a DJ, right? They have turntables and they have thousands of things going on and knobs and things. Most of these guys can DJ a song or whatever, and they're doing all these knobs and whatever, like the back of their hand. They don't even look at the board, right? They're just adjusting their dials because they know how to do it. And I think your trading platform, like you should be able to do have that same level of competency with your trading platform. I'm not an expert in NinjaTrader. I'm not proficient in NinjaTrader. You guys have seen me on stream. You're like, I don't even know how to draw a line sometimes. That's really not beneficial, right? So if you decide to get into markets, slow down, become proficient at the trading platform you're going to use, and take that seriously, and then the rest of it, slow down with the rest of it too, get to the fundamentals, understand what you're doing, and then take it slow.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Everyone's really keen to jump into the market, I guess, every day, right?
Yeah.
And that is reflective of the statistics on how people suck at this. Yeah, it would be a really good place to prove that you can trade the NinjaTrader competition.
Banger. And we're going to be trading the same day together.
We are.
I think. Is there money on the line?
Oh, what, me versus you, or
just for top place?
Wait. Hold up.
That day.
Let's just pause this whole thing. I believe last week we had like a little back and forth in the chat about when we would hit 150,000
And
subscribers.
we both lost.
When did I say?
Tuesday.
When did it hit?
Monday.
No, it definitely hit Tuesday.
Okay, NinjaTrader, please validate what I'm saying. It hit on Monday. Sav said it yesterday.
Okay,
Come on.
fair enough.
It
I
hit
didn't
on
see it on
Monday.
Monday.
See,
okay,
Monday.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Monday.
We both lost. Fair enough. Then I take it all back.
So what were you going to say?
We can go back. We were talking about.
What
the
were you
Ninja
going to say,
Trader-
Kane?
We were talking about the NinjaTrader competition, and Monday afternoon. Sorry, I was asleep. So someone asked, will you get a simulated account? Yes, you will get a simulated account to trade the NinjaTrader competition. You don't need to deposit any money for it. You just need to sign up, right? Production, where can they sign up? Oh, they already put it there in the link in the chat.
Hang on, Jeff. There's not 2 qualifiers. There's multiple rounds of people. So like if you register, you'd only have to perform in one.
Correct. I'll let everyone know a little secret. Maybe I'm going to get in trouble for this, but they opened up qualifier 2 today, which is where me and Leo are going to be trading in. And yeah, so
okay, hang on.
I don't want to.
There is money on the line for us that are participants as part of the NinjaTrader crew, right?
Correct.
First place,
but I'm under the assumption that money goes to charity.
It does in the finals.
Oh, okay. So in qualifiers, I get to just win money.
Yes.
No way. Is this true? Is this true? I should read the brief. Then I'm there. I'm there. Don't worry about it.
This is a great question for NinjaTrader. What place do you have to be in to qualify for the main event, the championship event?
What I would assume you have to be in at least 1,000th or above, because there's 10% from each round advance to the final.
Top 10. Okay, there you go.
To 1,000, yeah.
You guys should do a head-to-head bet.
No, no. Leo's good with bets. He's really good with bets. And and also, I started the stream by saying I'm really not good at these whole competition things because I can't push the market like a lot of these guys can. Kane sounds scared. Ryan, do you want me to compete in this or not? I do sound scared.
Man.
I am scared of Leo.
He can't even speak. Like, get the words out. Get the words out, Kane.
When Leo turns up, he's a monster. You know, the baby's been killing his flow recently. He's tired. He's stressed out. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Can I trade crude? I have the ability to. I don't.
So hang on. So we can trade ES, NQ, or MNQ, MES, MGC. What other markets are part of this 3 micro challenge?
Let me
Is it 3 micros for the main event too?
I think it's just ESNQ, CL, 6E, and
CL,
crude.
6E and crude.
Yeah.
RTY for the championship? No.
No.
Nope.
Sorry, if the rules change
6E. The hell are you gonna do with 6E?
Wait, is RTY actually allowed in the championship, or are you trolling us? Yeah, who trades 6E? I don't even think 6E traders. I don't think 6E traders trade 6E anymore. I think Market Mummy's lying to us.
I know people that name 6E. Name them, all of them.
All,
Name all the 6E traders.
All one of them. You does not count.
MMXM doesn't count. Chill guy, you don't count either. Bill.
No.
Okay, I'll take Bill.
Bill sounds like a good 6E trader.
Hey, Chris won yesterday the Versace robe, right?
I believe he did, yeah. But Liv, you can't be like, I know 6E traders and then name someone that used to trade 6E.
You have to be 60 to trade 6E.
That doesn't count. Why 6 is the currency code? I actually don't know why they picked that as the currency code. Jim, do you know why they picked 6E as the currency code? I'm gonna good question. I do not. Okay. Do you think Stow's doing a giveaway today? Might be like a double whammy back, double header giveaway. Speaking of giveaways, 1 minute, 13 seconds left. Or actually, no, maybe not. Maybe a little bit longer. No, 13
7
seconds.
seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's it.
Who won?
Who? Okay, guys, give me a minute. We got rugged.
What?
We were told it was a 1:45.
It just literally
10:45.
says ended. There's no winner.
And at 10:45, we get told to wait a minute. So 10:46.
Rugged. Winners are. Dun, 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 dun.
Do we get like a
Drum beat,
production?
drum
Do we
beat.
get like a drum roll?
Drum roll.
We haven't had.
We should get the elevator music for this delay. Norseman won. Yes. Norseman and Exilico.
Oh,
Exilico.
Okay, winners are
Norseman won.
Norseman.
Yes.
You actually won, yeah. This is winner 1. And I don't think the second person is here because I can't see them.
Can you see them? Can you see people in the chat?
Yeah, you can add them if they're here.
Oh.
Ollie, are you here? It's okay, we give them 5 minutes. They don't claim it. Norseman, you get 1 pair. 1 pair to you.
Norseman is Norseman's a cool dude. I've known him for quite a while.
Yeah, Norseman says good morning, likes the stream. Norseman, the most important question is, do you like the stream every day?
He does.
Then that's why he wins. He's the algo knows that.
Yeah, I've audited his likes.
So I actually got ran out break even on this trade before it's starting to play.
Yeah.
Fuck my life.
While we were just bantering around in the 220s, I was like, yeah, should I get back in? Should I not? It's just, even the relative volume that, we started this morning at 80, it rallied up to 90, like relative volume wise, and now it's starting to drop off. It's just not that exciting for me. I think I'd honestly rather wait, like if I was going to trade some more for the minutes to release and see if there's any type of resulting move from that. Even
I
though
went break. Yeah.
I wouldn't expect there to be much, but.
Nah, you're welcome, Norseman. Congrats, brother. Apparently, Juan said I went break even too soon, brother. Fuck. I mean, if I was short ES, or say let's just say ES and NQ did the same thing, I would have got run over today. So I think my break even was a good break even because I am not able to predict divergence in the assets, and neither are you. Okay, I think we have 2 minutes left on the second claim, and if not, we re-roll.
Our vol is a simple measurement from rolling 10-day period. So I use the 24-hour 10-day calculation. So right now it's at 89. So just basically just simple math equation from comparing the last 10 days at this time, right? This moment in time, calculate that over 10 days and then coming up with a ratio of today's volume compared to the last 10 days at the same time. One minute.
Yeah, he has 1 minute to claim it, or we re-roll. The rules are the rules.
That's the rules?
Yeah. They have 5 minutes.
No.
They have 5 minutes to claim, and if not, we redraw. That's the rules. They have to be in chat to claim it.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. That is the rules.
Now they will email them. No, I'm telling you, the rules are the rules. I know that. I know those rules. Production were like, if they do not claim it, they do not win it. They have to be here.
Hey, you guys are funny.
Okay, we're redrawing. Production, can I have another name, please?
And give us some likes so that we steal Stow's likes.
Yeah.
He's in the green. He's in the background. He's here. He's about to come on. Don't give him the satisfaction of a bunch of likes this afternoon.
You started talking about him and he left.
Yeah.
You got upset.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
What was the first name? Not yours.
Maybe I'll win the second one. The redraw.
Okay.
New winner?
Is. Wait. Let's at him. I don't think he's here as well. Tim. The winner is Tim.
There
Oh,
he
he's
is.
here.
Hell yeah.
Congrats, Tim. Oh,
Congratulations, Tim.
All right, Tim and what was the other winner's name again?
Norseman.
Norseman. If you don't get the blue, don't call my phone. All right? Just don't even think about it.
If you don't get the blue and you want to call Kane, just let me know and I'll give you his number.
That'd be really mean. Okay. I'm going to give up my screen so that Stow can share his production. Can I do that now?
I'm trying to long right here.
You're trying along?
Yep.
That's what I want to see Stow's screen for. Because I'm sure he's trying along. He's nodding. Chat. He's nodding. Stow's getting long. Damn. It's bringing out the big guns today. Congrats to the winners. If you could like the stream, so we could just front run those likes a little bit. And yeah, overall, I think a pretty good stream. We just have not been able to trade. I paper hand a short, we're trading into that 50%. And I would like it a little bit lower before going long. My short was a good call. Great analyst, bad trader today. Still got paid. I was up pretty good from London session, as I said when I first attended the stream. So I wasn't really looking to push it too far. Why 151? Paul? 160 should be TP. Even that's like the latest. I think realistically 172.
I'm having a hard time holding it here.
Production. Norseman raises a good point. how do they claim the winner? What do they do? What do the winners do? Oh, you email them. Okay. You can email them from YouTube. Okay, chat. I'm being told that they're going to email you, the winners. They're going to email you. Oh, of course, they have the emails from the sign up link. Duh. I'm special today.
Special Kane. You're special to me.
I didn't sign up for the giveaway, so I didn't know what information they had to give. So forgive me. Forgive me.
This is taking way too long to get the hell out of here.
I think that they are going to take it into 172, maybe 160, and then higher. That's my bet. Absolute great analyst today. Not the best executor. Almost slipped up. Nah. Meh. Wow. I would say they saved the best giveaway for last, but they clearly gave it away first today. I don't know.
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
I like using Kane's own meme in his own stream.
The thing is every single day there's a soundbite from me played.
Every day, that's guaranteed that every day there's a Stow soundbite played.
Yeah, true. Oh, they just tagged that 10 a.m. open.
So is this the that's somebody else's chart book I'm on. That's the RTH view up right here, which is basically like low day.
Should they go ahead and post the link to Stow's giveaway right now? Yeah, do it. I want to front run the giveaway. Please. Actually, let's make them do 700 likes before we bring Stow's giveaway out. And Stow. We can just leave Stow in the green room until we get 700 likes.
Sorry, they pulled me in.
Thanks, production. They really were just like, nah, fuck your 700 likes, Kane.
Well,
we meet again.
Stow.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we?
You trying to buy this like I am?
Yeah, it's not.
It's kind of stalled out.
Yeah, you and I are vibing in the same
trade.
Same trade. Never really great, but previous week value area high on ES. I have
also noticed that
bought almost the entirety of the piss missile today. So
we figured
I might be chasing I might be adding a little high right now, but I don't hate it. NQ pulled back to RTH view up, and ES is at it's like 0.5. So I don't know. Tricky little morning, but then I guess that Goolsby dude said something that everybody liked. So yeah, here we are.
So you were long the entire move up, basically.
Yes. And and I held for the whole 15 points because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make PAX proud today. And that's what I did.
You did.
I held the full size, and it was hard. I had to leave. Like I had to leave the room.
So what, you just got long at 74 and played the rotation to 90s? Well,
that's where I added again. But I was initially I just bought the monthly view op down here.
Yeah.
And then we got this great rotation up. I got long again at 70. Because 70 was kind of a weird point of interest for me yesterday. So I was like, all right. And then, 69. Got to lean on 69 for the meme.
Of course.
So then, yeah. scaled out of a couple, and then once we got above the opening 30-second opening range, I was like, if I sell before 88, Pax is going to be. That's not true. I took one off here, but I held most of it up till here.
No, you added straight away though.
Yep. And then I added again. And then I got the whole position on back here at 84, and then scale. And we're kind of running into yesterday's opening range now, which was untested. So I can see us slowing down up here. But yeah, good day. Good day for the Stow.
You've been killing it, brother.
How about you guys? Have a good day?
Do you want to tell him or shall I?
What happened?
You can.
We did nothing for a very long time.
Oh.
And then we got into a short and we both got run over. And then we got into a short and my main target was 72 on NQ. And we were selling 220, looking for like a 30-point rotation. We kind of stayed in it the whole way through out of the 85s, come back all the way to 220, stopped me out, we ran to 72.
And then I bought 83, I guess. So I just added.
Yeah, now Leo's making money without me. So.
That was good. That was a good trade, Leo. That's they made it super unfun to get into that. But that happens sometimes.
So yeah, great analyst today. Piss poor trader.
Well, analysts, they make a lot of money, I'm told. Maybe you should start predicting NFP since we don't have anybody in America that's working on that number right now. Maybe you could take it over.
That sounds like a fucking horrible job.
The last guy got fired.
But you don't. That's true. Now that they figured out they can fire those guys, that's true. It's not a very great job.
Yeah, to be honest, now you mention it, I should go work for the government. I just won't work.
Oh man. But no, today was good. Yesterday, I definitely got my teeth kicked in pretty much the whole day. So that was not fun. Wasted my day off getting grouchy at the screen. So that's no good. But the market blessed me with the opposite today. So yeah, feeling good. Kane, what did you give away for your thing? I know we've joked about it several times, but I don't know if I ever figured out what it was really going to be.
Two pairs of the glasses.
Ooh.
Yeah. Leo's sad about it. He didn't win. He entered and lost.
That is sad.
I'm just going to go buy him after we hang up.
You going to bring some to Naples?
Yep.
Nice.
Well, if you close your trade right now, you can buy 2 pairs, 3 pairs.
No, I don't want to buy them. This money's not for buying sunglasses. This
no,
is
Leo.
For...
I'm talking about Leo.
Oh,
if Leo just closes his trade, he's technically, this is the way I bribe myself with trading profits. I'm like, I can just buy this thing and it's free.
I see different things on the screen like health insurance and gymnastics lessons.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm like, all right, well, I should probably close this because the garbage bill went up for some weird reason, even though those turkeys never do anything right. But yeah. What's this guy doing at 90 right now? You see Mr. Iceberg? He's pissed.
Where's the point of control on ES?
It's right here. At
Oh,
90.
damn.
Yeah. Did you see that, dude?
Oh, shit.
He's partied up.
You covered a good spot. Covered one at least.
Yeah. I mean, this is where the seller came from yesterday. So,
I think he's woke up pissed again. He's like, yeah, I'm a hate seller at the same level.
has anybody ever like happily sold? Has there ever been like a seller narrative where they're in a good mood?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've sold plenty in a good mood.
That's cool. I feel like they always get a bad rap. Like they're like, ah, sellers.
In fact, I would say this, right? My biggest trade from a size perspective was a short, and I had absolutely zero stress putting it on.
That's insane. I actually remember that. I remember you posting about that forever ago. And I was like, this is disgusting. I feel sick to my stomach, and I'm going to stop looking at this tweet right now.
Yeah.
And then you covered it at like zero.
Oh, no, not zero, but yeah. No, I don't know. But it was a good day. But I don't know. we said this before you came on, and maybe you weren't even listening, but I wish I could press highs like you do. I just
Oh,
can't do
thanks,
it.
bud. Well, I mean, I can't press lows, and boy, did I try yesterday.
So
The
is
squid.
someone said, is your prize groceries?
Kind of, actually, yeah. Sandy, it is. But it's groceries from somewhere else, unless you live in Pittsburgh, in which case you should probably not enter. So if you live in Pittsburgh, avoid this next prize.
Do you like sourdough bread?
You could just go to anywhere down the street and just grab what I'm about to put in the mail.
So, Stow, can you bring some sourdough bread to Naples? Because you're never going to be able to ship it across the pond, and I feel like this is like it's only a couple of weeks away. So, well, a week away.
You know what? Yes, I will. I will make bread, and I'll ship it to the hotel. I wonder if I could fly with the bread. I wonder how annoying that would be. Yes, Kane, I will make this. I will make this for you.
Whoa, production leaped in to say you can fly with the bread.
I know I can.
It sounded
but
like they destroyed.
It sounded like somebody hit a hammer.
So with their microphone.
Austin fell over on the way to the mic to say, yes.
Austin, are you okay? Now he mocked me.
Oh, I'm good, mate.
After tripping into his microphone and blowing out my eardrums, he mocked me. I wish they could hear production sometimes.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
Stream production.
Yeah, production cheats because they're not, out in front of everybody. They could say whatever they want to us in our ears, but we have to reply in front of 1,000 people or whatever.
Yeah, remember the time they just gave us shit, Leo, because we weren't that entertaining.
Yeah.
Their words, not ours.
Yeah. Well,
They've never
maybe
done
you
that
should.
to me,
Maybe
but
you should
I'm really
say
entertaining.
something that's clippable. You know.
Yeah. Kevin, reminder: we get to see you in Naples next week.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
All right, that's
talk
cool.
dirty to
I'm
me.
making bread. I'm making bread.
I missed what they said.
Hey, talk dirty to me.
All right, Stow.
Yes.
Kane and I will let you have the light.
Okay. Thank
You
you.
can get 700 likes today. That's 800 is your job, but 700 means you can leave.
Well, that day I pretended to leak the most secret alpha of all time to pump the likes. I think I got to 750 that day. I feel like that was my max shill level. I wanted to see how hard I could really shill if I really went for it, and I think that was it. So
Yeah.
it's good
brother,
to have a watermark.
Well, good luck on the longs. I'm still in from 84.
Sounds good, brother.
And
Good luck.
we will be cheering you on from the sidelines.
Okay.
Sure. Chat,
Thank you,
appreciate
homies.
you as always. Stow, good luck. Production, thank you as always. Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. You think I can get 1K serve you up? I don't know about that, homie. That's a lot. Are there even 1,000 people in here? What is this 90 guy? This 90 guy is really, really working hard right now. I'm down. I'm down to party with the 90 guy. Good morning, Trading for Keeps. Good morning. Morning, Wicks and Dreams. Hey, brother, how are you? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, good morning. Yes, Fat Fish. Thems is some good dudes. This is true. This is true about my friends Leo and Kane. They are some good dudes. And I do not just throw that around. When I say that, I really mean that. Sean, I don't mean to laugh at you. But Sean says, my God, I'm bad at trading trends. I'm only good at trading one of them if it makes you feel any better. And it took me a very long time to figure it out. And even then, I still screw it up. So you never get perfect at it. And also, good morning, Mark. Good morning. Thank you, Jim. Jim can vouch that it is groceries, but it's not just groceries. It's not like Pringles and tuna fish. But yes, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Norseman. I'm trying to take us higher, but we have certainly stalled out up here as we approach yesterday's 30-second opening range. ES still looking very strong. NQ, I mean, if we're looking at, sorry, let me get that stupid alert out of the way. I'll just anchor a view up. That should take it. There we go. Yeah, so NQ doing this. So we flattened out and we're in, bullish balance for NQ. ES, we've pulled out a little bit, but we're still holding up here. Still holding this 85 spot, which I like. Makes me feel good. That's previous week's value area high. That's why I'm happy to continue to long here. If we've really reclaimed this, then, we should cruise. Continue to break out. See if we can get to the 800 guy, I guess. I guess that's what we're trying to do. I mean, to hell with it, right? Let's go. We're going to go. Let's go. You got to want it, right? You can't not want it. Sorry for slurping into the microphone. It's impossible for me not to slurp. Good morning, Gurjot. I'm not your dad. I'm only one person's dad. Today's morning routine if you must know, was my wife is very beautiful and she is very well styled and put together. I know that might be surprising that someone with so much class would want to hang out with me, but she does for some reason. Anyway, so as my wife, gets ready for work, she does many beautiful things, and my daughter sees this, and my wife got her nails done last night. So my daughter wanted to do stick-on nails, and we didn't have time before we got to the bus stop. So I said, I'll try to help you with them when we get up there, but we got to go. We got to walk to the bus stop. We can't miss the bus. So we walk up to the bus stop, and we spent the next 10 minutes peeling the world's tiniest stickers. I'm like, my hands can barely hold these stickers. They're so tiny. But we got all of her nails on, and she looks great, she says. She says she has her style, and the vision is complete. So I got some dad points for that this morning. Gabriel, I am using a volume profile that is from Orderflow Labs, which is a third-party add-on. I'm going to take one here because this is actually where, hold on one second. This is the bottom of yesterday's 30-second opening range. It's right here. So I will always take profit into that. Yeah, 93.50. Yep, so I'll take that one. And we got one left. Yeah, we'll just cruise this up here. That's fine. We'll go for glory or be done. Because I had a massive morning, honestly. Very stoked. But yeah, so this volume profile here, both the gray one and the Delta volume profile itself, this is Orderflow Labs stuff, and you can buy that from them if you want to. Or NinjaTrader also has a Orderflow add-on that contains a volume profile. I'm sure it's a similar thing. I know that's what Jim uses for his, so. But yeah. Frin Tintin, is that what you buy? Pringles and tuna fish? Justin, if I was going to send you mac and cheese, it would be shells and cheese, by the way. I saw Tanya was having that debate on the internet, and I had to chime in that shells and cheese are the GOAT mac and cheese. I do not like the mac and cheese, the tiny round, you know what I mean? I do not like that. That's some Philistine stuff. Vladimir says, I remind him of his friend. Oh, thanks, bud. I assume that's a good thing. Unless your friend is like a deranged degen psycho, in which case it might still be close, but depends on the day. Oh, I'm sorry. Jimbo King says he had a question about something serious. Ask it again, homie. Sorry. I can't see it. How far back was it? You got to give me 15 minutes to crack jokes, dude. I need a buffer. But Jimbo King, what was your question? I'm here to help you, honestly. Man, I opened the windows in my house today and my cats are losing their damn minds. Ty says, can you explain the weak low on NQ that formed yesterday? We can take a look if you want to. Why not? There's the overnight. Ha! Yeah, this low is disgusting. I mean, you can look at ES to see the same thing. This isn't that bad, but like, I mean, a weak low, a poor low is just a bunch of equal lows. That's all you need to know about it. We can play the GIF of me describing it if you want to. But like, if you see a bunch of equal lows, double top, triple top, double bottom, triple bottom, that's a weak low or a poor low. It's just a different way to say, you know, the same stuff. Now, some people look at weak double top and all that stuff, and they see, you know, opportunity to be short off of a double top. That's one way to view exhaustion and absorption. Double tops are bullish. Hope that helps. Yeah, fat fish. My wife is awesome. I did win. I won that one. I won that trade. She's at the office today, so I can crack that joke without fear. That's an interesting idea, trading for keeps. Trading for keeps says most people can only get really good at trading the market aggressively in one direction. That's possible. I mean, they're two very different things. And the problem that I have with trading the short side is that as soon as I'm in that trade, all of my, you know, execution brain starts going for the same things I do with the long side, and they're not the same thing. So that's where I get, you know, that's where I get into trouble. And I just manage it different. I just manage it wrong. So that's what happens. But yes, at the top of the chat, enter for a chance to win. Let me see if I can expand this and read the whole thing. Stow's giveaway. Hold on. I'm going to make this bigger. US and Canada only. Yes, it's a Pittsburgh themed gift basket. And it's going to be cool. I'll send you cool stuff. Don't worry. Not just groceries. Because I really do love my city. It's my favorite place. I've been to every continental state many times. And if I had to live anywhere, it would be here. And I truly mean that. So just still catching up on questions. Oh, Seth. Stow, good morning. Good morning, Seth. What is the look back on the Delta map? I can send, I'll do a screenshot of my Delta map settings and tweet them. Or if you're in OFL, just send me a DM on Discord and I'll just shoot them to you. I could pull them up. It'll just make everything weird. There's a lot of questions. Hey, good morning, Cooper. Morning, brother. How are you? No, NJ. I do not listen to gold. Or wait, I said that wrong. NJ said we're up all night trading gold and listening to Creed. No, I don't trade gold and I don't listen to Creed. I don't want to break anybody's heart here, but John Doe, not quite yet. We are working on the DOM. I promise it's going to be cool when we get to it. And when we get it out, it's going to be sick. So don't worry. Alexo says, Stow, why do we see you making buys so often? Well, that's what I'm good at. So I try to lean into the trading things that I'm good at. And yeah, try to lean away from the trading things that I'm bad at. And that's how I try to make money for gymnastics lessons mostly, which are way more expensive than you think they should be. And then once you're in there, they're like, hey, we're also doing this. And then, hey, we're also doing this. And I'm like, man, I got into a pyramid scheme, didn't I? I know I did. But I can't get out because she loves it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe all of parenthood is just a big pyramid scheme. It's possible. Let's see. Malix Mills. Oh. You can't set up the delta volume profile? Well, if you have that study, it's so much video instruction in the Orderflow Labs Discord, and if you're still having a hard time setting it up, there's definitely members of the community that would be able to help. The mods, the owners like Job and Leo and Cap and everybody, they'll be able to hop in and help you too. So just ask, man. I'm sure it's very fast. I mean, it's a pretty easy setup. You just put it on your chart and then decide the rotation size that you'd like to see and the thresholds, and you have to pick the tick size. For ES, I don't do any tick compression because, ES is pretty big. Mark, this is a great question. Mark says, Stow, I'm wondering how you manage the OR breakout in terms of stops. Do you do the one tick packs thing or give it a little room? How many attempts do you take? I do not do the one tick thing. That does not compute with me or my brain. I don't use the OR breakout the way that PAX does exactly, but I absolutely use it in context in many similar ways that he does as well. I'm also looking at the 5-minute opening range too. And so, I don't have the 30-second on here, so I can't really show you. But so here, I'll walk through my day. Just kind of give you an idea of what I'm thinking of. So when I put any position on for ES, which is what I primarily trade now at the moment, I'm using a 4-point stop to start with a 5-point take profit. As long as, let me double check, make sure that. Yeah, as long as the average rotation that I'm working with is above 10, then I use a 5-point take profit and a 4-point stop just to default into the bracket. I will move that stuff around discretionarily, but that's how I start. So all of these trades, they just go on with that bracket, and then I move it around. So this setup was based on the big chart. So let's pull that guy up, which I want to talk about anyways. Why can't I? What the hell's going on? Where's my taskbar? There he is. All right, let's take a look. Let's talk about some trading stuff for a second. I won't break anybody's brain, but we should do it. Okay. Here we are with our big chart, right? So purple guy, that's the monthly. So this is monthly +1 to +2, -1 to -2. And then we have our monthly VWAP, right in the middle, right here. And then the weekly band is this gray guy. So we're looking at both of these at the same time. Now, Wednesday is the first day where I am absolutely using the weekly band. And we're 8 trading days into, well, not 8 trading days. This is probably we're like a 7. I think we're 7 to 6 trading days. I think we're 6 trading days into the month, which is a little early. It's a little early to start using it for me. I like 10, but we are well above the previous month one. And so this is what I do for the previous month, right? All right, so I mark the previous month +1, previous month plus 2. And I use that for about the first 10 days. So 67.14, we'll just call it. Just a guess. These are not exact levels. This is zones, so it's fine. So we'll call it 67.14. So we're above that. So like I know we're holding the previous month trend. I can have that in the back of my mind because this is light years away, right? Let me make sure I have my bracket up here. Make sure it's still good. So we're making new highs. Okay, cool. Good. All right, back to the big guy. Okay. Another cool thing that Orderflow Labs has is this balance area thing. Now, this draws this automatically, so I don't have to worry about it. Orderflow Labs does a ton of my homework for me. That's why I'm able to get away with not really doing much of anything at all. So we're inside of this balance area. That's one thing I have in my mind. We're going to start using the monthly. I started looking at it yesterday. And what happened was we fell out of the top cloud and we had a trend day that pretty much went all the way to the bottom of it. This was annoying. I was trying to get short into this. And if you look, this is a very annoying low down here at 48. There was like, what was yesterday's low? It was like 48.75. It couldn't break. Drove me insane. Yesterday sucked. Anyways, so we get back into this. We wake up at, yeah, we're right here. So we wake up and we find that price has moved outside of the bottom weekly band back inside of bearish neutral, right? So this is kind of complicated, but this is how I use these two bands, the weekly band and the monthly band in concert with each other. I see that on the weekly, we are in, the lower half of neutral. And on the monthly, we're in the upper half of neutral. So I'm inclined to be neutral, but bullish because of the previous month. We're above the +1. I'm bullish that we got out of this trend down and we seem to balance. Price was happy with it overnight. And once we came down to the monthly VWAP, I'm going to take a shot at that. I always will. I'm always going to. And I'm basically just trying to get to the upper side of balance, which was this 87 spot. So we can see how I executed that. What are we doing? We're going to come up just shy. Partying. Hold on. Pause so I can manage this. I'll pull this down to, I'm not trying to be greedy. All right, anyway. Hey, nice long, Leo, if you're still in here. You're probably not, but nice work, homie. Anyway, so, yeah, I bought this because the buyer was here. So let's go down here and see where that price was. It was here. Put one on. Then I put a second on. If you listen to the new Painting the Tape podcast that just came out yesterday, I talk about why I think it's okay to add to a losing position as long as your risk is intact, which it was. The other thing I liked about this trade, all these wicks from overnight. And right at the overnight open, this was weird. I use Delta Map at a glance for the overnight session just to see if it does anything abnormal. And this is all weird. This is a lot of Delta activity for the overnight. What does it mean? I don't know. But once we got above it and kept coming back to it and price was wicking out of it, like, okay. So overnight, like the monthly VWAP, a bunch of Delta activity there. So I was like, what the hell? I'll take a shot. 15 minutes into the session. Great. And I got out one at the overnight open, came back, tested this 70.69 guy, which, that has been a point of contention for me for a little bit. So I put 3 back in, scale. And then once we got out, here, let me see where the opening range was today. I think I held the whole thing pretty close. Yeah, 74.75. Yeah, aside from taking that guy off, I rode it pretty much the whole way up. Like I had 6 lots on. That's a lot for me. Then we got up here and, we kind of stalled out, waiting to see if we could get. Now they're just going to take forever to fill this. I hate when they do this. Set 97. I'm just going to take it off. I got all day to buy this thing again if I want to. But yeah, and then I just spent the rest of the time, once I saw this buyer come back in, trying to get this position to stay on for another leg higher, which ended, it ends up here at the previous day high. And if we end up breaking this thing today too, then I'll get out of that. But the point is, that's how I use this stuff together. So I'm trying to lean on monthly VWAP here with these guys to get to here, 87.25. And then once we show interest above that, then I'm trying to put my position back on and get to the next target, which is up here, 6,800 or, close. It's not an exact thing. It's never perfect. But yeah. So there you go. Oh, sure, Mark. No problem. Yeah, good trade. That's the thing about this is I think it's really super important to know that it's only a great trade when the market works exactly with all of your moves. It's like, the market gave the perfect music for that. You know what I mean? And so it did work. Now, a way that this does not work is I'm still going to add the piss out of this up here. I'm still going to do it. I'm always going to do it. We cleared this spot. We got above the previous week value area high. Buyers are in here. I'm still doing all of this, Matt, this work. This is a lot of buying and selling up here I'm doing to get back into a position. Now, it's not a great, is it still a great trade if I do all of this work and price fails? Now, I'm going to give back a ton of my profits from the morning when that happens. But that doesn't make it any less of a great trade because this is my playbook. This is my shit. This is what I'm up to. If I don't do the stuff that I know that I'm good at in the moment, then I'm going to give in to fear. I'm going to give in to recency bias. I'm going to give in to all kinds of complicated emotional stuff. I have to do this every time. And if I don't, and I start rabbit hunting myself, then, and this fails, I'm still going to make money, but it's going to be less than I would have if it worked. It doesn't make it any less of a great trade. Just because it worked doesn't make it a good trade. The thing that makes it a great trade is I followed my process, 100% of it. I did the thing that I know I can do. That's it. That's all you have to do to be a good trader is find a process that makes sense for you. Do it when it's time to do it. Don't do it when it's not time to do it. And when you make mistakes, figure out how to do better and correct those mistakes. That's it. It's really important because when you see us take good trades, I want you to know that just because it worked doesn't make it a good trade. I mean, Leo bought 183 or whatever the hell. He took like 9 points of drawdown down there, and now he got 100 points on that, basically. If that trade fails, it's still a good trade because that's Leo's ad. That's his long ad right there. He sees it. He saw the buyer. And that trade almost went against both of us. I mean, a seller stepped in there right at like 190 and tried to, absorb and keep pushing down, but buyers got through him. You're always going to be at the edge of a knife like that in real time. The only time it looks like a banger is after the fact when you can count your chips. Trendy Invest. Which indicator are you talking about? The one that's printing different. Delta Map. That is called Delta Map. That is an Orderflow Labs study tool. Tim707. Hey, congrats on winning something today, big guy. Do you use anything above weekly and monthly bands? No. I don't mess with anything higher time frame than that. Not to say that you can't, but I just don't. Because I'm just day trading, scalping, pretty much. Day trading might even be a stretch. But I try not to think about stuff that big. It just gets me in my head. It's not great. So, but that's just a me thing. Doesn't mean that you can't find alpha in anything. So yeah, if you see a pattern, man, just figure out if you can exploit it and start pressing the button. No, Mark, you do not. Mark asks, do you need level 2 data for order flow delta? You don't. You do not. Level 1 works just fine. Vintage trader, I'm not buying a horse. Not buying a horse. If I'm buying anything, I'm buying goats to eat all this poison ivy, frankly. Could feed an army of goats with all this poison ivy. I can't believe that lady never called me back. That was like that was months ago. That was like a whole different lifetime ago. Maybe I got to hit her up again. Alex, which indicator are you talking about, bud? Oh, sure, Joe. No problem, bud. Joe, I contribute a ton of my P&L to taking partial profits. I don't work very well in an environment where trades come back at me. Also with order flow, like the target is always evolving, the same as the entry criteria are always evolving. We also talk about this on the episode too. It's like a meter, right? And it starts with like your conviction's here, and then you see something you like, and your conviction gets here, and then your conviction gets maybe to the midpoint, and you're like, oh, I'll put some on. And then conviction gets higher, and then you put more on. And then conviction gets lower, and you're like, I don't like this trade as much. Because the thing about trading in real time, not in hindsight, is the hard right edge is blank. Like this spot right here, this is real time, and we have no idea what's about to happen over here. Like literally nothing. The only thing we can do is infer what we think may happen based on, history, our own pattern recognition stuff. We can infer what's going to happen here, but we don't know. And so just like here, I'll show you on NQ. So just like down here, and I'll show you the seller too. This is where Leo was buying. I think he bought 183. So he probably bought this. But he was buying this, and this blue team came down and was like, we really don't want price to go back up. Like we really don't. We really don't. Please don't. And it did this. I did this for a while. It did this for, 7 minutes. That's a long time in order flow time. That's like, it's like a year to minute ratio, basically. It's like in dog years and order flow years. This was an hour. That's funny. I like that. I'm going to use that again. But I mean, he stayed in it, and then he added more on when this buyer came in, and then he got rewarded for that. And this could have just as easily done this and puked out. But like, this is the entry criteria evolves with each passing second. And then price begins to go up, and you're like, nice. But if price went down, you would be like, that sucks. Maybe I'll reconsider this location. So you got to be willing to evolve with the market as the market evolves if you're going to trade order flow. So that's why I like to take partial profits, and I like to add, put size back on, take it off again. That's why you see a lot of arrows on my chart, because I'm moving around with what other things in the market are telling me, or I'm inferring. Oh, no problem, Joe. No problem, Chris. Happy to do it. I do love talking about this stuff. That is true. I'm missing questions. You guys are really partying in here. Oh, thanks, Sir VWAP. I'm glad you like it. Thank you for listening, but it really means a lot to me. We work very hard on that thing, and yeah, it's very rewarding when people enjoy the work that you do. I can tell you that. Off-rare, no, I do not use MBO. And it's 3,000 volume. I just like how it flows. Sometimes it's too slow for me, but I've said I was going to dial it back to maybe 2,000, but I like to use a volume chart just because the pace of the candles is part of my pattern recognition vibe. So that's just what I like to see. Oh yeah. Yes. So the giveaway in 10 minutes is going to end in 10 minutes. So make sure to get in there, win this Pittsburgh thing. It's going to be sick. I'm going to throw in way too much stuff. It's going to be an annoyingly large amount of things about Pittsburgh in there. There will be some groceries. But I won't only include groceries. There will also be fun aspects of Pittsburgh. So click the link at the top of the chat and enter, please. You guys got us to 150K, so it's the least we can do. Thanks for reminding me, Kevin. Sorry I started talking about other stuff. TLWM has a question. It's going good, bud. I hope you're doing good too. What is my approach to data backtesting and tracking? Are you going with Excel or Python? So I just write down, I just track my stats in, oh man, what is that thing called? I can't remember. Edgewonk. I think it's called Edgewonk. I know that's one of them. There's a couple different ones you can do, but it can export your stats directly from NinjaTrader, and you can put them in there and you can see different metrics, or you can just use the NinjaTrader trade performance analysis tool, and it shows you a ton of things. And that's what I do to track my own personal stats. I don't do any like non-manual backtesting. I would actually consider what I do with replay not even backtesting at all. I think it's more just practice. Yeah, I don't do stuff like, I don't program a thing to tell me like, what if I bought this with this much May and this much MFE? I just don't. I don't think that's not something that works for me. I'm not an algorithmic trader, so that's just not my world. Not to say that you can't. That's just outside of my scope of what I'm able to accomplish. So, Knox, great question. I love this question. Knox says, Stow, have you ever considered using rolling 30-day and 7-day VWAPs instead of monthly and weekly? Yes, I have. Man, how long ago was that? It's weird. You get old and you're just like, time goes so fast. I think that was maybe 3 years ago when I first started to dig into this stuff. Yes, I tried that. It does not work the same for me. I do not see the same patterns. I do not see the same stuff. I do not see the same like trend versus balance behavior. I'm not able to lean into it in the same sort of way. I don't know why. I think that there are market participants that like these levels. I think they like the monthly closes. I think they like the weekly closes. I don't know who they are. if they're robots or if they're banks or what they're up to. But there are reactions at these prices for whatever reason. And this is the way that I've found them to try to chase them around. And when I used the rolling ones, it didn't have the same thing. So I don't know. But I mean, check it out. Who knows? Maybe you can find something. Wagyu steaks would be sick. They're a little fatty though. I'm just like a ribeye guy, I think. I found the steak that I like, and that's what I like. I've had Wagyu, man. I like it's fine. But like I don't know if I could eat like a ton of it. I guess the thing about a Wagyu thing, you need like a nip, like a little bit. You don't need like a whole Wagyu steak. You just need like a couple slices of it, and I think you're set. Loon, what are my tattoos? Don't worry about it. All my tattoos are the worst thing ever. They're all horrible, and I hope that they serve as a reason why my kid doesn't want tattoos. They're all just horrible. I mean, most of them were done in like somebody's living room, probably randomly. When I used to play shows sometimes, I found myself playing like a bunch of tattoo places, and they would pay me in tattoos. And man, let me tell you how well those worked out. Not great. But yeah, my tattoos are not cool, Loon. Oh, thanks, Jose. I appreciate you. Oh, Joe's happy too. Everybody's stoked. Great. If you like all my cool, fun content, enter this giveaway. So everybody's happy with me for talking about it. And then you also have to take a picture and send it to me on Twitter so I can see that you enjoyed getting it and that it actually showed up safe. So that's the other thing. When you get it, make sure you let me know. Hey, Omni, what's up, homie? Good to see you, man. Hey, what's up, Phoenix? You guys are late. I'm almost done. Yeah, Knox, I don't know. Yeah, no problem also. But I don't know. I don't know why the rolling ones did not work as well for me. You would think at face value that it would be much easier, and then you never had to do that thing where like you draw the old levels from before. It just doesn't, it wasn't as good. I don't know why. Much of this game is a mystery that I try to spend as little time trying to figure out as possible, honestly. Oh yeah. Hi, Ian. Yes. So Ian asks, I know I mentioned this last week. When looking at a footprint chart, what does it mean when there are 0 sells but buys at a level? All that means is that there were nobody crossed the spread to buy it there, but they did cross it to sell it there. So like, I don't really have any way to show this because I don't have a footprint chart up. But it's like, okay, imagine for a second that you have bids and offers, and there's a bunch of resting liquidity on either side at every tick, right? There's liquidity in these markets. That's why we trade them. So there are people that want to buy and sell on either side of that thing. This is a ladder or a depth of market or a DOM or a dome. If you're trying to make fun of the nerds that invented the DOM, you can call it a dome. What happens is when someone puts a market order in, which means market buy or market, we'll do buy for the example. When somebody market buys, they cross the spread from bid to offer and they buy one of the offers. So if there's 20 people waiting in line at the next tick up, the first person in line or the queue is going to get filled to sell, and whoever crossed the spread is going to buy one right there. what happens is if somebody buys a ton, right? And so say there's 4 prices and there's 20 people at each price. If somebody market buys 100, what it's going to do is it's going to buy 20, 20, 20, 20, and then 20. And there are going to be no sells on the way up because somebody market bought. We also say somebody swept the book when this happens. Somebody bought 100 market, and that is going to fill everybody at each price until all those orders are filled. So that's what happens on a footprint in those spots, depending on your tick compression and depending on whatever. But like if I market bought, I mean, let's look at price right now. If I market bought 100 at 98 and there's only, let me zoom in. We're going to get real granular with this for this example. All right. This might be a little annoying, but just look over here at the price side. If I market bought 98 and there's only 20 dudes at 98 and a quarter, 20 dudes at 98.50, 20 dudes at 98.75, and I market bought 100, it's going to go bang, 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 bang. And no sells are going to be in here, but there will be 20 buys, 20 buys, 20 buys, 20 buys. That's what's happening. I don't know if that's useful, but that's what's happening. Market buys are also bullish. Hope that helps. Do we get 800? Hey, look at this. It's a party. Nice. Good for you, bulls. Proud of you guys. Great question, Julian. Julian says, so how did that guy at 90 get filled for 4K contracts? Seems crazy, right? So, number one, make sure that you don't assume that that's just one person or one institution or whatever, because like you don't know. But the way that this works is this is an execution algo. You can call it like it's also called an iceberg, where the actual size of the order is not visible on the screen because it's got an execution algo behind it, or it's got something else. Something is programmed to refresh that price and to get filled for as many lots as he wants to get filled until he's done without showing the full size on the book. And this is how large institutions get away. Well, I mean, I assume that they're all institutions because this is a metric ton of notional value. So I assume that this is a bank or somebody. But this is how they get away with executing orders without showing their entire hand on the depth of on the DOM or the order book. Because if he just put 4,000 lots up there, that's going to be way less easy to execute than it would be if he's got a program running that, or his company or whatever, his quant or whoever's doing this business for him. He's got a program run like, hey, this is how many lots I need filled here. Let's break it off in 50 lot increments until that's full. So when you see price come up into this, and you can watch this on a delta at price, or you can watch this on a DOM, what you'll see is market orders crossing into it. And even though there's not a ton of orders on the book itself in the resting liquidity spot, you'll see the fills crank up. So that tells you like, oh, there's an iceberg here. Somebody's trying to do something. It's also important when mentioning this that like you can't infer anything from these icebergs. Nobody knows what they're doing other than the person executing this order. You can't gauge market direction from this. The only thing you can do is watch it happen and then see how price reacts to it. That's it. And there's a lot of people out there that pretend to know what the hell these mean, and nobody knows except this dude who put this order in, or lady. Yeah, I'm aware, Phoenix. I know that is a claim. I mean, it's not hard. I mean, I'm sure you could write a program that is like put a triangle on the screen every time you see this behavior on the DOM. So like you can program anything to do anything. There's no secret power here. You just see it happening. Larry says, I can't bloody enter because I'm in Australia, mate. That's funny. The way you said that is maybe the most Australian thing ever said into this chat. So good on you. Nice. We got the winner. Who won?
We got it.
Oh, hold on. It's in our chat. Our chat. Not the chat. It's in our chat.
Secret chat.
Secret chat. Hold on. Chat. All right.
Do it, Stow.
The winner is Gary Bennett. Gary Bennett, congratulations. Come on down. Are you in the chat?
Gary, are you here, baby?
Gary. Blink once, Gary, please. Gary.
Oh, no. The wrong just Gary's like, no way. He's got to be here though, right? That's the rules.
I don't know. Is it just Gary? That's Gary. Oh, that's awesome. Dude, that's so sick. Oh, man. Gary.
All right.
Congratulations, homie. Oh, I love that you won that. That's the best. Oh, dude, it's going to be crazy. I'll throw in a bunch of biker stuff too. Okay. Yeah, I actually know. I know Gary, so this is cool. I'm going to be able to customize this a little bit, Jim. I've known Gary for years.
This was the greatest gift basket I ever received.
Oh, thank you, brother. I mean, so is yours. I've been eating this stuff forever.
You know what's right in front of me?
You got the Mr. Rogers going?
The terrible towel.
Oh, the terrible towel. Nice.
The terrible towel. It's right here.
That's good. You can wave that thing on Sunday. We got the Browns game on Sunday. That's kind of our kind of a big deal over here. Yes.
All right. Let's go. I'll be waving it, man.
Awesome.
Congratulations, Gary. That's awesome.
Woo! You did it, Gary. Good job.
And Gary, let me know what time to be over because some good stuff there.
Oh, that's great.
Oh my goodness. Stow.
Yes.
Good job today. I'm glad you had a great morning.
Thank you. I am too.
Appreciate that. Super good to hear.
Yeah, I did not have a good day yesterday by myself. I was off on so many different wavelengths yesterday, but the market, it gives and it takes away. So,
well, this is it for you this week, right? So
no, I got Thursday, right?
What's today? Oh, I'm sorry. My days are all wrong. It's only Wednesday. I think it's Thursday.
It's like, am I fired?
No, I was just looking at. No. Nick and XYZ are this afternoon.
Yes, yeah. I only have to do the morning on. I'm just a midday Wednesday guy, but then tomorrow I got double. So
whoa, double Stow tomorrow, everybody. You want to be there for that. So, in any event, awesome job today, everybody. Thank you in the chat for hitting those subscriptions, hitting that thumbs up. Let's do one more thumbs up for Stow.
Thank you, folks.
Awesome job, man. All right, man. I'm going to do a quick edge report, end the stream, and we'll be back in this afternoon. So thank you. I'll see you in a little while.
Sounds good. Appreciate you. Thank you, chat.
All right. This is a couple of markets that are just incredible. This is the, let me turn this off. This is the gold market, gold futures, December gold futures right now. And, well, we had a really nice rally. I'll call it in the overnight session, the overnight Globex session. Kind of slowed our roll during the London initial balance, established a really nice point of control after that, tried to drive higher, seeing a little bit of resistance, I should say a lot of bit of resistance at 40.71 spot 2. Every time we pop up there, sellers, 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 sellers. As a matter of fact, this was a tweezer top back here. And we're kind of stuck at the top of the U.S. initial balance right now. I might have said opening range before I meant initial balance. And we're kind of right there right now on gold, but there's no retracement. I don't have a fib line on here. Now the tricky part is if there is a breakout to the upside, there's not a lot of targets, like regular targets. You could do a fib extension and a couple things like that, and they're kind of fancy. But R3 is all as I have up here. Otherwise, it's empty sky above, and that's at 40.97. We'll just round it up to 40.80. So in any event, we'll see if this is just kind of sideways sticky. This is a capital P volume profile. It's a really good one too. I mean, look at the tail all the way down, and then boom, we get the value area at the very top. Very few prices above value. The top of the value area is kind of defining resistance. So, for value area traders that are trading between the top of the value area and the point of control, probably a couple of good trades in there. So we'll see. We have a lot of separation from VWAP here. There are some downside targets. I know it's hard to think about downside targets here, but we have a really long period ever since the London initial balance was done. We have a long period of support down around 40.56. That's going to also be pretty hard to break through. And every time we do it, boom, buyers bring us back up. So that's kind of frames the conversation there. Targets, yeah, we got that. If we do break, we have that 1 day max, which I'm not going to rule out completely, but right around 49, and then some jacks levels are all below it, This 61% fill down here at 40.0250 for that RTH fill, long shot of that thing getting filled. I mean, it's probably not going to happen. Really a big long shot. So this is going to be a 39% day. Lastly, I just wanted to point out, micros are your friends, remember, sometimes, especially if you haven't traded these, but low to high, I just marked off the range, low to high, using the NinjaTrader ruler tool, and we have, and I changed it from points to dollar amount, $6,650. So, remember, a lot of risk trading futures here. This is a big dollar amount on this thing if you're short. Longs, of course, would have done all right. So that's the story of gold. We'll keep our eye on it going forward. Appreciate everybody being here this morning. I want to remind everybody, 4:15, me and Mike Burke are going to be doing a special Q&A, Ask an Expert Q&A. We're going to show and talk about the NinjaTrader mobile app. The NinjaTrader mobile app is spectacular. I've been using it. I use it every single day, and I've been using it ever since it was launched. It's not the Tradeovate mobile app. It's the NinjaTrader mobile app. It's super awesome. I use it on my cell phone. So we'll talk about that. We'll show it. And any questions that you have about it, we will do our best to answer it. This afternoon, remember, we're going to have a couple more giveaways this afternoon, so you don't want to miss this afternoon. We have Nick and XYZ. Nick, I think XYZ already gave away the row, but we got Nick up this afternoon. Trade the close. We're going to kick that off with Shy, then me, then these guys are going to pop in at 2:30. So having said all that, appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you for being super cool. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. And Cooper says, hell yeah, I'll be there. Love that attitude. Thank you, Cooper. We will see you. Relax. Have a nice lunch. See you this afternoon.